Wrench wars every week. Which mod will be removed?
Getting stirred here.
So I've got a couple of questions.
So let's your side spoke, so I'm going to go to Jordan, then to you,
Let's
Michelle.
assume for a moment that I've benefited from my white privilege. Okay, so let's assume that. That's
a good
fine.
assumption. That's
yeah,
a good
well,
assumption.
that's what you would say. So, so let's say, here, let's get precise about this, okay?
Was that very individual of you?
Let's get precise about this, okay?
Let's get precise.
To what degree is my present level of attainment or achievement a consequence of my white privilege? And I don't mean sort of. I mean, do you mean 5%? Do you mean 15%? Do you mean 25%? Do you mean 75%? And what do you propose I do about it? How about a tax? How about a tax that's like specialized for me so that I can account for my damn privilege, so that I can stop hearing about it? Now, let's get precise about one other thing, okay? We'll get precise about one other thing.
Precise?
Yeah, precise, yes. And so...
Go and subscribe, you shit. Please tell me that you guys heard the second time, because I did see, okay, so when you guys notified me, thank you, that there was no audio, I went and checked and it had muted the output. But did you guys hear the second one? Because you need to hear it. You need to hear the And Forful, I've missed you, dude. Oh, great. I'm very glad. Because, yeah, the whole debate through, we are going to hear because that's all I freaking remembered from this debate. There was sound. What's up, Gray? Okay, so who shall we move? Move. Boomer audio. Shut up, Walter. Okay. So we did Wrench Wars. Did you hear the Wrench Wars, right? You heard the Wrench Wars one, right? Guys? Is my audio boomer still? Hold on. No, it's this one, this mic. So sorry, I had my master's exams a week ago, so I couldn't write essays in the comment section, missed the Voosh arc. Don't worry, we're not even finished with any of, we have not completed one Voosh arc, okay? And yeah, you were doing some real life things, so I think you may be forgiven. I was just hoping that, hoping I hadn't like bored you out of visiting us, so I'm very glad that you were busy. I'm glad to hear that. Will these wrench wars never stop? They will never. Also, I'm on live chat for once. Wee, pew, pew, pew. Okay, so who wants to fight it out? Shall we take Patrick's wrench today? And Gray gets one? Or Sultan? Or Forful as a return gift? I had to put the music on top of Nico's. What's it on Nico's video? I'm so sorry, but I had to do that because of the copyright thing. You know. So, well, I'm very glad that you've made it back, Forful. I'm so happy to hear that, and I hope your exams. Well done for getting through your exams. As for the way I'm feeling, a little bit better, a little bit of nausea today. I know wine isn't exactly the best thing to have, but we need it, okay? And, yeah, basically, no bore, hey, no bore, I bought the special purple keyboard. He did it, boys and girls, he did it, he got the keyboard. He said he would, get it. Show us. Okay, well, it hasn't arrived yet, so somehow it doesn't make it. Oh, yeah, we're on debate diagram. Okay, cool. We're not in the intro still. I'm very proud of my little moo thing. Let's watch it.
It's getting stirred here.
So I've got a couple of questions.
So let's your sides, folks. I'm going to go to Jordan, then to you,
Let's
Michelle.
assume for a moment that I've benefited from my white privilege. Okay, so let's assume that. That's
a good
fine.
assumption.
That's what you would say. So, so let's say, here, let's get precise about this, okay?
Was that very individual of you?
Let's get precise about this, okay?
Let's get precise.
To what degree is my present level of attainment or achievement a consequence of my white privilege? And I don't mean sort of. I mean, do you mean 5%? Do you mean 15%? Do you mean 25%? Do you mean 75%? And what do you propose I do about it? How about a tax? How about a tax that's like specialized for me so that I can account for my damn privilege, so that I can stop hearing about it? Now, let's get precise about one other thing, okay? We'll get precise about one other thing. Now,
Precise?
Yeah, precise, yes. And so...
Go and subscribe, you shit. Okay, it's pretty funny. Okay, we done. No, do you see how furious he is, Jordan Peterson in that clip? He is his teeth are showing. He's like proper. He is angry as. But yeah, there's I don't even know if we'll get as far as that, but that was just one of my favorite. As I was listening to it a little bit, I was like, oh, that's. Yeah, the cow, I was showing off that little cow. I wanted to do so much more of the video with that cow. Somebody did that. I don't know if it was, who did that? Or if it was just me remembering that I had that idea to put a cow over. I don't know. Anyway, Robert Jordan. Hey, Robert Jordan's in me. Okay, that's weird. Robert Jordan is always on my mind. And I'm not going to sing that. The range war is over. It's not. Okay. Let's actually create the wench roars. Alright, that's right, stuff. Yeah, he does. He really code switches a lot, and he's too much. He's giving me some good perspective on stuff. Fan of Jordan. Yeah, you know what? Right now he's a bit insane. But he's taught me so much, and he has articulated himself very well, and yeah, he's a phenomenon, and I think ignoring him would be something stupid. Not taking heed of the things he says would be dumb. And he does not act like he's the messiah of whatever. He's just like, these are the ideas that are out there. I'm just saying them. Anyway, haven't seen this in a while. I remember. Oh, happy birthday! What is it? Is it his birthday? It's my birthday, by the way. Oh my gosh! Happy birthday! He is a broken man now. Yeah, he is. Andrew's also a broken man. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. So you got the purple keyboard for your birthday. Yeah. I mean, when everyone wants to take everything from you, I think you do go a little crazy. Yeah, he's everyone wants to see you fall. And everyone enjoys seeing you cry, and it's a tough life. I also hope he learns to log off. Yeah. But also everybody, let us celebrate for Andrew. Happy birthday! Everybody sing. I won't sing for you. I'll just write it. Wait, let me see if I can find something interesting here. For Andrew. Happy born day. Happy birthday, cats and kittens. Happy birthday, Andrew. The worm tongue. Wait. I wonder if you guys could see. Happy birthday from the cats. Let's see what that's. Cats sing happy birthday song. Cats singing song. Happy birthday from... No, not bongo cats. Cute cats sing happy birthday. Let's see. Let's try this one. No, well, let's see another one. Okay, let's hear. Oh, Mom. Go. It's so bad, it's good. Meow, 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 meow. Cat singing videos always feels like a horrible... Yeah. My favorite cat singing song singing thing is Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones. Meow, 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 meow. Well, yes, happy birthday, Andrew. Begin the cringe wars has. Cats, yeah, okay, we good. Nightmare fuel, but adorable. It's so horrible. It couldn't be pleasant. We can't give you pleasant wishes. What's this? Oh, that it really makes sense. I'm very tempted to make you guys listen to Game of Thrones, but let's go and get into the debate. First of all, remember, well, if you don't know yet, okay, I have the video downloaded in case, so downloaded separately on locally on my laptop. If there is a problem with the processing, but seems okay so far. Then we if there is a problem, we'll swap to it. This does have a transcript, which we will need for Dyson, because Dyson's a fucking word salad. Yeah, he's horrid. But I do want to document his word salad quite accurately, because I would like to know if it makes sense, if he's actually making any sort of grammatical sense in these things, because we do know that Vosh, and I've played Vosh, that's why we've taken so fucking long, and Vosh has actually ruined my mapping abilities, because I would have to listen to things 3 or 4 times before I actually write them down. So I blame him. But anyway, when he does word salad, it makes sense. Okay, it's just highly unnecessary word. It's still word salad, because it's unnecessary use of words. It's unnecessary to put that many together. It's unnecessary to use certain combinations. It just doesn't. It's there to make it seem smarter, and to obfuscate from the actual lack of logic behind it. So fine, there's that with Vosh's word vomit. Okay, this guy over here, he just puts words. Okay, honestly, there will be some tiny little fragment of meaning, but the rest, it's just, he just puts it together, and everyone just goes, anyway, and they continue on. So I will use the transcript, don't worry, Nico, that's why I downloaded it on my browser, and, what's the name? Is it still downloaded? Let me just make sure it does still say. Yeah, it's still downloaded. And I've got the transcript here. Cool. Snowball in his, not Snowball, Andrew in his lube. You're lubing more switches. It was so funny with Sitch and Adam. They're like, is that what they're calling it now? I can't believe, Patrick, you're being really taken, you're being protected here. I'm surprised. I like to say Jordan Peterson's name to the theme of Gordon's Fisherman commercial. It's the Jordan Peterson. I don't know what that is. Send a link and we'll see. The audio streams. Oh, that's another thing. Anyway. Okay, let us continue. So basically we just have a bit of the intros that was running here.
Reflect.
I just wanted you guys to see the poll that starts the debate. Where everybody sits. I think I'll actually just put a little...
React to this debate as it unfolds over the next hour and a half. My favorite aspect of this show that was Peter's brilliance and creation, we have our countdown clock. What this does is it keeps our debaters
are you guys okay with the audio?
Time. So when you see these clocks on the screen go down to 0,
it's just that my headset is so loud.
You to join me in a warm round of applause, and we'll have a debate that ends when it's supposed to end. Now, let's see. We had our resolution tonight. On the way in, we had this audience of roughly 3,000 people here in downtown Toronto vote on, be it resolved, what you call political correctness, I call progress. Let's see the agree.
Karen, is that a debate format thing where they go, be it resolved? They say that? Oh, sneezes, Daisy. You sneeze. You do? Oof. Daisy sneezing herself silly. Okay, sorry. Let me just make this a neutral color and take off the sticker. Okay, no, this has got to get deleted. That's it. Okay, the poll. The sound is okay. Thank you, Sultan. Dyson just wants to use the new thesaurus. Stop being mean. Oh, sorry, I'm being a mean what woman?
We disagree on that number. 36% agree.
Okay, so the starting poll is agree. 36 and disagree. 64. Okay, so that will be the... Okay, and they have something about the
64% disagree. So, a room in play. Now, we asked you how many...
J Mac, what is up? Good to see ya. What was I going to say? Oh, yes. You were talking about watching the Frank. I haven't finished the latest video. Were you watching the fungus one? It's so creepy. I'm not sure if I can finish it. Oh, Galente, that's very funny. I get you, bro. Daddy J Mac in the chat. What did Daddy J Mac in the chat with his boobies? Okay, so we have the disagree, and then there's like an 80% or something saying they're going to change. They are open to changing their minds. I'm like, hey, JMac actually can take the wrench. You know that because we're not taking it away from anyone, but there we go. I can give him a wrench. You know, for when the hordes come in, I need his help. Hold on, I get this Fahrenheit Celsius. Right? I never watched this channel before, but Patrick needs to go. What's up, Lord Cameron? Good to see you in our chat. Woo, guys, what's happening? The Lord Emperor JMac has returned. I think. Oh, it's between. Let me stop the poll because clearly now. Okay, so what's it? Patrick survived. Okay, so now I'm going to not start Q&A. That's bullshit. Stop it. Start a poll. So who gets the second wrench? Okay. We're gonna have Sultan or Gray. Okay, that's it. Let's go. Okay, we'll leave it on for like the next. Duma not here, but if he shows up, kick him. Sure. I don't think strangers should have that much power. I am the science. Sultan. Get to know me. Woo. But you know his name. His name's Patrick. L1. Okay. Let's continue. This is...
Many of you were open to changing your vote over the course of the debate. Are you fixed, agree, disagree, or could you potentially be convinced by one or other of these two teams?
That's such a weird question. Could you be convinced by one or other of these two teams? Like, I don't know if I would be lying to myself if I said that I would think that somebody could turn me woke. I think, yeah.
To move your vote over the next hour and
I'll just be signaling virtue.
a half. Let's see those numbers now.
Okay. Change mind. Open to changing mind. Yes. Yes. Open to changing mind. We are on 87%. Closed. 13%. Okay. I don't know. I just don't think that that's it's not much of a question. My opinion. Okay. The last of the snow melted just last week. I'm so sorry. I don't know. Do debates really change people's minds at this point? Maybe make people more open to considering the opposite, I guess. Yeah, I think it's very hard for people to trace back exactly when they change their minds. You know those why I left the left videos and things? It's not just like one day that they turn into that. They do the latest one that I saw it was a conversation that made them look into the other side, because they were just always in this what do you call it, this echo chamber. So it's something that makes them step out of the echo chamber. So that's what you mean, like considering the opposite, I guess. I think that's the function it has. It's the same sort of thing with when you are watching, say, Sitch and Adam debate, one of those people that they debate, like their audience might be exposed to Sitch and Adam, and maybe then they'll start changing their minds. And I think that they've done that for a lot of people. BreadTube has just rotted my belief in debates. I don't believe anything they do is to change the opposites. Oh no, it's not. And you will see even in this debate. So remember, it's like, okay, here is a formal debate. The formal debate should, maybe that would help us stick to the topic. Maybe it would help us stay accountable and make us not resort to ad hominem. Watch what happens in this debate. I'm sure you've seen it. I changed mind and hairstyle for the better.
Wow. Okay. A pretty
Shut up. Just like, yeah, wow, okay.
open-minded crowd. This debate is very much in play. And as per the agreed upon order of speakers, I'm going to call on Michelle Goldberg first. Michelle, would you like a sip of water? You can have a sip of water before you start.
Oh.
Call on Michelle Goldberg first for her 6 minutes of opening remarks. Michelle.
Okay, well, thank you for having me. As
Her voice she reminds me of some actress, man. Anyway, Michelle. Okay, so her opening remarks I'm going to give her, she is star. Okay, let's go. I consider myself a lot more right-leaning till I started listening to Sitch and Adam. They did change my mind on a lot of issues. Patrick, for me, it was not that they changed my mind on a lot of issues. It was actually like I realized how centrist my issues are. They aren't as... You know why? Because I was exposed to... Well, I wasn't speaking to people as much. Like, I wasn't speaking to centrists. And I was just by myself commenting on things and not really interacting back and forth the way that we do in chat. And so I thought I was highly conservative because I'm just regarded as the worst right-leaning Nazi person ever, considering the interactions I've had with other people. So I was like, okay, I suppose that's what I am. I have been told in personal relation, oh, you're very libertarian, what. And then I like start engaging myself across other people, and it's like, oh, rather centrist. Although I did take the test thing, and JMac got 50% because he's perfectly balanced and centrist. Congratulations. But I'm like around like 60-something% conservative. Anyway, but I guess I think it's dumb to say you prescribe to one side of the political aisle only, because yes, if you're principled, you should land on the same side of most issues because of the principles being applied, but your principles have lines as well. So I'll explain what the lines are at some other point, but I can see myself making word salad, so I'm not going to put you through that. So what you're saying is you are based centrist chat. Exactly, Nape, and welcome back. It's been a while. Let's see where you are. Lord Cameron, it's very good to have you here. I'm used to seeing you on the Big Boys channel. This woman literally says nothing. She's done. It's not happening if it's good person. Oh my gosh, exactly. Oh. Okay, so I've been catching up. I caught up with Sunday stream, right, from Sitch and Adam. And that woman can get in the sea. Okay, I hate her. I really do. Anyway, yeah, some of us really like beating our heads against the wall, so YouTube debates are fun. It is. It's really fun I don't know about having the debates, but looking at them and seeing them and reacting and, you know, looking through them and trying to make sense of them is really fun. Duh. You felt that you weren't alone amidst the weirdos trying to pull you to either side. Yeah, I realized that I'm not alone. Watching debates frustrates me. I much prefer dialect seeking the truth together. Yes, but you see, it doesn't happen a lot in political discourse because there's always this trying to gotcha, get you, or whatever, that sort of thing. It's never just a collaborative conversation seeking truth, seeking understanding. Like it's so difficult to find those conversations. And I mean, the closest we've really gotten is with Sitchin Adam and not FD Signifier, not FD. Okay, FD Signifier. It was what's the name? It was Civilized. That's as close as we could get to it. But the best one was Wicked Supreme. So far, Wicked Supreme's the only one that's the closest to good faith and to actually just seeking truth in a conversation. So far, but I mean, we've only done 12 debates, so let's relax. I would say I'm more right-leaning at best. Yeah, same for my experience, people don't necessarily change their minds after a single debate. The idea is more to give them something to think about, and maybe they'll change their views. Yeah, exactly. They realize something about the way they see the world, and then it opens their mind. They don't come into debate with an open mind. The debate actually just opens their mind up to interpret experiences differently as they come into them. So, like, yeah, I think that's it. I'll link in the Discord. I'll link one of the videos I watched today. I think his name's Omar. Where is it? It'll probably be in these. Oman or something. Anyway, I'm a new fan of his, and he's done how he landed up being a centrist. Okay, hey Vincent, what's up? Most of those tests are bunk. What's happening? Oh, there's a test. I want to take the test, Patrick. Oh, just go to JMac's Twitter. You'll see he put it up there. JMac cool, but no one is perfect. I'd say more right-leaning. From my experience, people don't. Yeah, most of those tests are bunk. Yeah, they are not nuanced enough, but it is interesting. Took some time away from the internets. Oh, that's okay. That's a good thing, actually. Anyone to the right, Stallion is right ring now. To the right of Stalin. Oh, sorry, I was like Stallion. I was watching someone that had the username Stallion. This is the internet principles for small YouTubers. That's what we're doing here. Leftists come off like they never heard their beliefs challenged in these debates. Yeah, at least YouTube debates give us blood sports. Yeah, it is. It's blood sports. Hello, Kevin. Good to see you again. BreadTube and Twitch politics has turned politics into gotcha show. Yeah, it's all a game of word games and hiding parallels. This is 4 years ago, and it's not just like YouTube drama stuff, but you can see, because of Jordan Peterson being a YouTube person, you can see how he's dealt with, and it's egregious. That's my favorite word. Watching old Sitchin Adam when they covered Voosh and some dude. Voosh didn't can't see that watches H2O. All right, that's the joke, right? They agua. I knew it. Wicked did a good. He did do a good. Even though I disagree with him. The Vosh H2O clip is so funny, but what about agua and hardwood? Oh god, is this where Dyson goes full racist? He is full racist, so I'm sure it's everywhere. I don't think he had reform. Mad who white mean? Yeah. You mean? Okay. Hey, Jab. Okay, so everybody's here. We can continue. Yes, this is where we get our Dyson word salad, but at least we start with basically she seems like she could change her mind going forward. That's what I see.
Read your nose. I initially balked a little bit at
What does her voice remind me of? It reminds me of some actress that speaks like that.
the resolution that we're debating, because there are a lot of things that fall under the rubric of.
Oh, also just remember, sorry, the resolution is what you call political correctness, I call progress. Okay, so she's agreeing that it's progress, right? But they actually hardly speak about this in this entire debate. And one of Stephen Fry's best moments is when he's like, people will wonder why we're not talking about political correctness in this conversation, but it's still a good conversation. Just to keep an eye out or an ear out for the ad hominem attacks that come from which side would be the ad hominem one, I wonder.
Political correctness that I don't call progress. I don't like no platforming or Twitter or trigger warnings. Like a lot of middle-aged liberals, there are many aspects of student social justice culture that I find off-putting. Although I'm not sure that that particular generation gap is anything new. On the record about the toxicity of social media call-out culture, and I think it's good to debate people whose ideas I don't like, which is why I'm here. So if there are social justice warriors in the audience, I feel like I should apologize to you, because I'm probably not, you're probably going to feel like I'm not adequately defending your ideas. But the reason I'm on this side of the stage is that political correctness isn't just a term for left-wing excesses on college campuses or people being terrible on Twitter. Especially as deployed by Mr. Peterson, I think it can be a way to delegitimize any attempt for women and...
Right. She was a movie recently with Kthxbai, yeah. Any girl from California. But if it was, it's good, yeah. Sarah Silverman, yeah, but like as sweet as Sarah Silverman's. Sarah Silverman's voice gets me, man. It properly does. But I guess that's the point. Like in School of Rock, she plays it up to make sure that you fucking hate her. She hates aspects of SJW. And remember, we don't even call them this anymore. This is 4 years ago. You can see we still call them social justice warriors. People have kind of, anti-SJW. It's kind of gone out the way. Now we call it woke. It used to be political correctness. Then it became social justice warrior kind of thing. You are politically correct, or you're a social justice warrior. And now that kind of has faded. Now we have you're woke and you're anti-woke. And that's obviously, we had some lovely discussion of that on Sitch and Adam and with Pyramid Scheme, which, God, that is, I groaned audibly when watching that stuff. That's why I loved having Doomer on there, because he made the noises that I was making. So I was like, thank you. The catharsis of it is just great. So yeah, she doesn't like the censorship. She doesn't like Twitter mobs, apparently. What else did she have? She had something else. Either way, she just feels like as traditional would like. Okay? We should kick Duma in spirit. Hey, group mind. We shall kick him in. Everybody just... Wait, hold on. I'll do it. There's a command for it. There's a command, I promise. Ta-da! Okay, Duma's casual rage and frustration is a great audience vindicator. It is. Although I saw some ugly comments, and I don't think that they were jokes. I was like, get the fuck out. I think actually Equin Shaddox, he actually he replied to them, because I was reading those comments. I was ready to go. I was like, just get the fuck out, okay? I will get. And then there was somebody else who's like, oh, your anti-SJW or anti-woke whining is getting to me about Sitch and Adam. I was like, when? Look, Sitch and Adam are not going to decide that something is smart just because that means that they're centrist now. They're going to pretend that some idea is smart, because that just means that they gave some points to the left and some points to the right. If you come with a stupid idea, they're going to call it a stupid idea. Fucking love these people. I don't agree with it, but let me defend That's no real social justice. Yeah. It's not real kick. Maybe because the woke mob realized they can't advocate for political correctness while also calling random people Nazis. Jay, that's true. It's great audience. Okay, so I just want to go back a sec. Just have I missed anything?
Or people being terrible.
Let's just see. We're debating because there are a lot of things that fall under the rubric of political that I don't call progress. I don't like Twitter. Oh, she doesn't like trigger warnings. That's it. Trigger warnings. I knew I was forgetting something. Political liberals. There are many aspects of student social justice culture that I'm off-putting, although I'm not sure that the particular generation gap. Okay, about the toxicity of social media call-out culture. I'm going to just put that here. So we actually, I don't think we'd even called it culture, cancel culture by this time. Like, which is why there's social justice in the audience. I feel like I should apologize. The reason I'm not on this side of the stage is that political correctness isn't just. Okay, so, but political correctness isn't just a term for left-wing excesses. So PC isn't left-wing. Isn't just left-wing excesses. So I suppose these would be the left-wing excesses that she was talking about. So she's actually more centrist than she realizes. But she's here to piss all over Jordan Peterson. That's all she's here for. Don't worry. She's here to own him. And she totally does. Totally. In terms of left-wing excesses, blah, blah. Temp for women. So her problem is a term for left-wing campuses or people being terrible on Twitter, especially as deployed by Mr. Peterson. I think it may be a way to delegitimize. Okay. Going against it. Or saying there are these ways. Saying may delegitimize. Delegitimize any attempt for women and what? People of color.
On Twitter, especially as deployed by Mr. Peterson. I think.
I mean, how many seconds were you in, girl? You were like 20 seconds in and you had to bring up Peterson. Get the fuck out.
Can be a way to delegitimize any attempt for women
Mr.
and racial
Peterson.
and sexual minorities to overcome discrimination.
Ugh. Women/minorities. Like,
Or even to argue.
Okay, let's see where we are. Sorry, guys. Also, just make sure you've got live chat going, and make sure that if you're on mobile, there is now with live chat, and so usually you would have live chat and top chat, and top chat would be the filtered version. Live chat would be all the messages, right? No, that's not how it works anymore, ladies and gentlemen. You have to go live chat, and then in there, unless it's just a mod thing, because I haven't done it on other streams, but you go and you actually have to click the settings button. There's a little settings cog, and then you actually need to say all messages. So not only do you have to say live chat, but you also have to say all messages. It seems like on what's the name, on PC it doesn't matter, but when it comes to your phone, you better be putting all messages. That was an interesting thing to learn this week. Should take the wrong term in my recent recording. I say anti-SJW and not anti-woke. Oh well, it still works. Vincent, yeah, nobody will know what you mean, you know. No, it's it means the same. Yeah, It does. It's just that just shows you how we hop terms every now and then. I needed a doomer in that debate between Pepe and Chaos. Yeah. If anyone noticed my mind melting away in that chat, I'll still need to go and watch the instead of, because I'll just listen. I must go and see what the chat does. I was there. Yeah, this was during the days cancel culture isn't real. It's a concept is being misappropriated. Well, they didn't even say cancel culture yet. I honestly think 4 years ago we didn't call it that. Lauren Lapka, she's a bit actor, but we all seen her in something. Oh, a bit actor, yes, that one. I know who you're talking about. Just hold on. Seeing as we have this window open here. Yes, that is it. It's this one. But she's funny and I like her. This one, no. I did not know they'd been typing on mobile a long time. Yeah, it's typing on mobile. You still can't get your acts finished, your mentions. You have to still write everybody's fucking name. But if anything, it's the work conversation before its time. People found a word to describe a thing, and that she's here to guess undecided job. This is when Jordan was blowing up. A lot of people were after him, far left and far right. Yeah, this is her. She is taking her moment. He had written. I can't believe how old 12 Rules for Life is. It's more. It's like 4 years old, more than 4 years old. Edna model looking Edna mode looking badass. Kitty making me crave red wine. It's only Lucy, come on. Just have some berries. Berry juice or something. I'm so easily manipulated by visuals of people drinking. The Devil's Hour that we were watching the other day, there's a lot of tea drinking because it's set in England. And then then we watched 1923. We watched Yellowstone and they're all drinking in there and I'm like, let's gobble up some of that alcohol. I'm sorry, Lemon. You will you can have tea now or coffee now, okay? And then we drink later, okay? Cheers. Okay. Let's continue.
Argue that such discrimination is real. In the New York Times today.
Oh, you know what? This also reminds me. You know, she's overcome discrimination and I'm just gonna put people trying to convince others their discrimination. Nation. That reminds me of the it just all comes in because we are still talking about the same thing this many years later. But also this is when Trump was president, so the hysteria was peak. But this, just if we're talking about commentary over here, the argument is whether these things are real. Is being woke is the we seek in wokeness real or okay, discrimination, cool. This was this thing about the argument whether it's being these things are whether they're out there or not, whether they're valid, real, whatever. These that's actually what they were talking about with Pyramid Head and whatever. Well, not with her, but about her, where we're trying to decide or to figure out whether these grievances are real or imagined. And what she is saying over here is, well, this helps people to think that that all of our grievances are imagined. You know, the way propaganda makes people think, apparently, that that cops are just amazing and can do no wrong. That's what she's worried about. If you're not busy, if you accept anything is good. If you accept anything isn't as horrible and racist as it is, as you think it is. Okay, does that make sense? If you don't see racism everywhere, that means you deny racism's existence everywhere. There's this extreme Sith way of looking at things. What's then? It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Woo! It's 8:20. It's 20 past 8. We good. Cheersing my protein shake. J-Mac, you are an inspiration. I had a protein shake yesterday and I rode my bike. It's in the background. You can't really see it, but I rode my bike here. Here. I rode it here and I got here. Yeah, I'm spinning again. But that's also because just dealing with the whole medication thing, if you exercise a lot more, it will help. So that's what I started doing.
Mr. Peterson says, quote, "The people who hold that our culture is an oppressive patriarchy, they don't want to admit that the current hierarchy might be predicated on competence." Now, that sounds particularly insane to me because I'm an American.
Insane to me? I can't handle her, but okay. Quotes Peterson. Okay, people think of as oppressive patriarchy. I'll put it here, just get it. Patriarchy. Don't want to admit. It's going to be on mediocrity, guys. It's based on mediocrity. Competence. Such an Adam joke. Competence, it sounds okay. So then she makes a joke here. TDS joke. Lol, lol, lol. Okay. That's an assumption that I think underlies worldview in which any challenges. So a lot of this debate, actually, people do try and score points by making little jokes. And yeah, you get some laughs. But actually, Dyson got some booze from this. Oh, Hydra, welcome back. Boop, boop. What's the context for that quote, lady? He said a thing. Racism is like Jesus. It's everywhere. You just have to accept it into your heart. Trump is president. Yeah, listen to how she says it, and they lap it up.
And our president is Donald Trump, but it's an assumption that
look at him, man. He's such a fine-looking man. Shame he's had a bit of a tough time, but look at him. Look how steely and stoic he was before.
I think underlies a worldview in which any challenge.
Look at this man rocking back and forth.
To the current hierarchy.
Is he big enough? Sorry, guys. Let me see. Let me just make this bigger for you guys. Video window. So you can see him. You can see him rocking back and forth. Not all of you, Jesus. Just one. She's a mind reader. Yeah. She's a mind reader because she's not reading your mind. it's just obvious, okay? You just self-reported, okay? You dog whistled and she just understood what you thought.
Are written off as political correctness. I also think we should be clear that this is...
Okay, so challenging to the hierarchy. Can you guys hear my keyboard? I hope you can. Anyway, challenging the hierarchy is written off as political correctness because, well, just think about it. Underlying all of this is Marxism. It's oh no, we need to take away. Everybody needs to be completely equal, and equality, equity is completely. It's something that we can achieve. So challenging the hierarchy, it's that they can pretend that they're challenging a tyrannical hierarchy, but actually what they're attacking, the leftist attacks, they attack hierarchy itself, which is why 12 rules for life is the most despicable thing for them, because one of the first chapter goes on about hierarchy and what happens to people once they lose and all of that sort of thing. That just solidifying that happens everywhere. Hierarchy is a natural state of being, and we can't have hierarchy. Hierarchy apparently is inherently tyrannical. And I know we've seen some debates where people are acting like, oh no, hierarchies are fine. We're not trying to fight against hierarchies completely, but we need to dismantle hierarchies too. That's what I see from the left. And I, you know, sometimes I'm like, because you know, the way Doomer's like, I'm tired, man. You know, he's like, I'm tired. Politics, oh, I'm tired. I do also often go like, what the fuck? When will there be a day we don't talk about these things, where it's just not a pain in the ass anymore? And I suppose if we ignore it, will it go away? It won't go away. It won't go away. And yeah, no, we're not crusaders out here saving the world, but we need to have these conversations. And if not to change the world, to at least just fucking stay sane, like speaking amongst ourselves the way we do here. This just, you know, it helps. But it's an assumption because she's a mind reader. Sad, I miss JP. I do. Give him time. Chronic pain takes a lot of to recover from. Yeah, look, that man is still in there. He's not gone. You know, it's not like he was putting on an act, and there was so like, okay, we'll discuss. I think we'll have a segment about Stephen Crowder because it needs to be addressed. I'm very disappointed in him, but that doesn't take away the things that I agree with him on. Okay, doesn't. It just makes him a hypocrite and an asshole. Doesn't make him a wife abuser as well. I think we need to learn that. Thank you, V, for pointing that out, that we shouldn't be jumping to conclusions the way we did with Johnny Depp, which I did as well. But anyway, we can talk about that later on or on Thursday or something. But just because somebody does something that disappoints you makes a brainlet take, like, we need anonymity needs to be taken away off the internet, that sort of thing, JP. Just because of that, it doesn't take away the validity of the rest of their teachings, okay? The things that he's pointed out about stories, about, about archetypes, things like that, all of that, you can't go and erase that. And unfortunately for the woke people that are just champing at the bit to put him in the ground, Peterson in the ground, just because he's done something like that, it doesn't mean that he's suddenly, everything that he's ever said is wrong. It doesn't, that I told you so, or that sort of shit. It's like, no. He still laid out good arguments. He still laid out evidence. He still had very important discussions and taught a lot of people and changed a lot of lives. So don't try and now, oh, well, he made a brainlet thing over there, therefore I'm never going to listen to him again. That's just fucking bullshit. You're reductive to your own detriment in that way. If that is how you are, and I don't think many Jordan Peterson fans well, if you went off him completely just because of some stupid brain take, like the fact this is not beauty thing, it's more like seeing an old person just do stupid things. That's it. It's not, to me, it's not like erasing him or making, even if it did make him a hypocrite, I think you can't deny the wisdom of what he's written. So don't forget him. Don't write him off. Okay, remember that he got to the point where he was by saying all of these things that resonated with us. So don't forget. And I'm talking about Peterson. When it comes to Crowder, I'm much more angry at him because he was a lot louder. Anyway, let's see where we are. Sorry about that. Sag, Miss JP, give him time, chronic pain. Right, Lord Cameron, I'm so with you there. I want to read the 12 rules for life, but didn't. Jordan's life fall apart and he got addicted to drugs after he wrote it. So not sure those are the best rules. Patrick, you're full of shit. I know you're just trying to trigger me. And you've probably read it in any case. I have my last exit exams less than a week. Hopefully I will finish graduating in a couple of days. After that, I will finally be able to work on projects. Hydra, we want to see your videos. So, but hey, we're here. We're waiting for you. We know how life is. And yeah, your exit exams. Forful just did some exams as well. So guys, just take care of yourselves during all of that mental stress. Sleep and eat properly. Don't be like me and my husband. When we get stressed, we don't eat well. But who will say Peterson from the belly of the beast? Group mind. That is the question. He has to read his own book. Or you know what, listen to Akira the Don, which I was doing yesterday. And it actually really did help. I was like, it's too cheesy or whatever. And actually, Akira the Don's things of Jordan Peterson really, really helped me to get out of the funk very quickly. Epic, watch it. What? Oh, fuck it! Are you Steven Crowdering me? Hilarious. No, yeah, that's hierarchy can certainly lean towards tyranny, but the issue is that you're necessarily appealing to a slippery slope when appealing to that as a reason for why hierarchies are bad. Yeah, it is a slippery slope. So what are you saying here? Hierarchy can certainly lead towards tyranny. So the slippery slope, if you decide a slippery slope of, oh, well, if we use hierarchy itself, it's always going to get towards the tyranny part. Yeah, you can't do that. You are appealing to a slippery slope when you're appealing to say that that's why hierarchy is bad. So true. But a slippery slope fallacy, we have seen it play itself out as not a fallacy. We've seen it come true. So that's quite interesting. I would like to have whether necessarily a slippery slope fallacy is a fallacy. I need to read some sort of philosophical article on that. 12 rule for lives is great, and calling him a drug dealer is unfairly reductive. Patrick is just full of shit, Cameron. Don't worry about him. He was following doctor's orders during Hallett's experience. Yeah, he just think about it, man. This man is like one of the most hated people in the world, and he's intelligent. You have Tate, who's not intelligent. He's fucking hated by everyone. Cool. Okay, yeah, he's got his sycophants and whatever, fans or whatever however you want to pronounce it. He's got those, but he's dumb. Okay, he's dumb enough to not hold that close to his heart. Whereas Peterson he's intelligent. He's going to take things. He's intelligent and empathetic. So he is, unfortunately, as strong as he is and as intellectual as he is still going to be vulnerable, like any other intelligent person who's vulnerable to emotion. Because a lot of the time you would think, Jesus, this would be a lot easier to be dumb, wouldn't it be? If I couldn't think this deeply, wouldn't I have my sadness not be this deep? That's what Peterson is going through. So, yeah, it is reductive to that. I think that's why I have way more patience for him, because he's a fucking phenomenon, okay? And he had several years of just everybody is just trying to see this man fail. Can you imagine the pressure of that? And that's one thing about Steven as well, Steven Crowder. As much as he's a fucking asshole to his wife, I'm pissed off with how much joy people have taken in his downfall. That doesn't make you right. Like, enjoying the fact that he has disappointed people like me, enjoying that as your I told you so moment or whatever. My husband did it, but as a joke, he was like, "Oh, I told you he's an arsehole," whatever, because he just enjoys pissing me off. Oh, he's abusive. Okay, but yeah, basically the discussion there with Crowder is just don't take such joy in somebody's life falling apart. I don't think we should take that much joy. I'm sure I've done it before. I'm sure I'm a hypocrite myself, but the amount of joy people took in this is kind of disgusting. You know. Anyway, Doomer's thinking is kind of wrong. We need more people buying into being active participants in their governments. Widen the selectorate across the world. This indirectly makes things better. What, to make people think more? Yeah, it's true. I remember when all the leftists went after him for crying. Yeah, no, they went after him for crying, went after Rittenhouse for crying. It's like, okay, what the fuck do you want? Okay, do you want men to cry or do you want them to be stoic? Which is toxic masculinity? Who's toxically masculine now? But obviously we look at that and we're like, oh, don't try and act like the left has principles. Okay, go and watch V's video about whether the left has principles. But yeah, when it comes to that, the principle of the left is whatever works for them in this particular case. Anyway, I love Jordan, by the way. Don't get all wordy with me, Lord Cameron. He did get addicted to drugs, which makes him a drug addict. He does love Jordan. Patrick is just, he's a shit stirrer, okay? That's what he is. We love him for it, though. We even gave him a fucking wrench. But you could see in the first, I did give you guys the ability to take away his wrench, and nobody voted to take it away. Well, like one person did. Anyway, on top of that, condemning hierarchies as an inherent bad is ridiculous because you wouldn't say parents' power to protect their children from a pedo is a bad thing. Of course, you just can't. There's so many examples that would show that it is good. There's a moral connotation to drug addict which cannot be ignored. Yes, I'm reformed alcoholic, so I don't judge moral connotations, or not a duck is a duck. It is sad, but it's not some dude scoring on the streets. It's a dude going through proper channels to get help with stress and depression, only to get hooked. That is true, Gray. I myself went through some withdrawals this week because there was a problem with my medication supply. And it's actually it's scary how prescription drugs, you are beholden to them as well. And the more powerful ones that aren't actually, the older ones as well, those ones that are addictive, it can be insane. So yeah, they aren't the same thing, but just don't worry. Patrick is just causing shit with you guys. He's the best. That said, I've said shouldn't listen to Marcus Aurelius if Commodus was his son. Should we listen? And it's a semi-funny point. Just got triggered because I've seen so many leftoids dismiss everything he's done. Oh, what? Because Commodus was such a bad... Like, how did you raise someone so bad as Commodus? Our medical system sucks. They claimed Rittenhouse was clearly faking it. I like to stir. I know you do. You stir with your wrench. You do. Darling, just like, I got a wrench, bitches. Leftists in principle, I can fuck with everyone on the political spectrum, but leftists, when in Rome, be the best Roman. Gosh. Did he really say that? Because he should have that tattooed on himself. I get what you guys are saying, but if someone is giving life advice, I'm not sure it's great coming from someone in the grips of addiction. I don't think that's correct. It's just because somebody, his life, I know you're stirring shit, Patrick, but usually you don't push a third or fourth time. But like, yeah, just because you've failed at these rules for your life does not make that he didn't fail by following those rules. He failed by not following the rules. So that doesn't invalidate anything that he's written there. It's the same thing. Actually, somebody, I don't know who it was a joke actually about again about Steven Crowder, whether you should follow his advice. I think it was V. He's like, should I follow Steven Crowder's advice on marriage? Maybe I should, because he's the one that he can. Or was it Duma? I don't know. Someone on the internet that I like said that not necessarily should you now never listen to somebody's opinion. Maybe they've had such a horrible experience, they can tell you what not to do. So that was the joke about Stephen. But yeah, just because he's failed at a way of living does not mean that way of living that he was striving for was wrong. He never claims it would be easy. He never claims that this is just the way you are and this is how you sit and it's easy. This is how we do it. He literally, one of the most things that attracted me to him the most was he doesn't deny the suffering of life. He's like, what? Of course we're going to be hugely anxious and dying inside every time we realize the magnitude of our existence. You know? Anyway, I think we should probably get back to the debate, but I'll finish. That's true, Kitty. You're so smart, Patrick. You're full of shit. He is a little shit. He's a wrench shit. Triggered about leftist dismissing. Yeah. You can just agree I'm correct. Actually, you know what? Yes. Sorry, guys. Patrick is correct. I felt Patrick conceded the point. Moving on. He didn't say it, but that's basically maximize your existence in the current system tag. Bill Cosby has a great book on marriage. Think when you read. Okay, true. JP is an example of the wounded healer. Someone who has not suffered, cannot fully understand the suffering, and cannot sufficiently help people who are suffering. Right, Shinigami. Hey, it's been a while. I've seen you. Welcome back. The worst thing about Bill Cosby is that he was a hypocrite. You know, the worst thing about Steven Crowder is he's a hypocrite. He upset me. He upset me a lot, that man. Because he was just... Anyway. I'm sulking. I know that I've broken Crowder's heart by not watching him for a little bit. I mean, does his life prescriptions born out of professional capacity, i.e. any actually helping people literally get to discounted because he was prescribed wrong drugs by a physician? No tree, it is said, can grow to heaven unless its roots reach down to hell. Yes! Oh my gosh, darling. I'm listening to Carl Jung, the audiobooks. It's heavy going. I've started and started and restarted and started and restarted, but I'm on the individual self or whatever it is. One of the first books that you're supposed to go through for Jung. Jung is the best. So you're saying Marcus Aurelius is moot due to the fact that his kid was an ass? Okay, you guys can have that debate. I'm going to continue with this. Let's go. It's been great. I love our tangents, though. They're all very relevant, and we have our transcript, so we should be going a bit faster these days.
Isn't really a debate about free speech. Mr. Peterson once referred to what he called, quote, the evil...
Again, she goes across Peterson himself. Okay?
Trinity of equity, diversity, and inclusivity, and said those three words. If you hear people mouth those three words, equity, diversity, and inclusivity, you know who you're dealing with, and you should step away from that because it is not acceptable. He argues that the movie Frozen is politically correct propaganda, and at one point he floated the idea of creating a database of university course content so students could avoid postmodern critical theory. So in the criticism of political correctness, I sometimes hear an urge or an attempt to purge our thought of certain analytical categories that mirrors, I think, the worst caricatures of the social justice left that want to get rid of anything that smacks of colonialism or patriarchy or white supremacy.
So this woman completely agrees that there are people that want to just erase everything. So she agrees with that part, that is wrong. But then she, which is quite a balanced thing, is saying, yeah, well, you can't erase things on the other side. But that's not what Peterson was asking for with the database. He's not saying that, he's not creating a database of things to floated the idea of the database of things to cancel, to get rid of. It's actually more like, no, just these are things that people have encountered that they want to avoid. Nobody is saying that you should that they need to be cancelled now. Which I understand, being on a list of transphobes and all of that, that's another thing. It's not being on a list of any kind is not a great thing, but as long as you're not censoring those people, then fine. Have at it. Classify me how you will. Just don't take away my right to defend myself when you come at me with that accusation. Scum made it. Hey, what's up? Poisoning Peters as well. Look at what he said. Of course we poisoning Peterson as well, because Peterson is the devil. The point is that Meditations is a book on how to be, but do you want to be like Aurelius? Do you want to be like Aurelius, or do you want to be like Commodus, who is... We can all decide what our ideal self would be. That doesn't mean that we actually we have achieved that. The only person technically the only people that are saying that they're perfect are the religious people, are the people of that say they are God incarnate, and all of those people. Those are the ones that are saying that they are without sin. I don't think you need somebody to be absolutely perfect for you to be looking up to them. That's very reductive. I don't want to raise the woke left. That's always made me laugh. I don't disagree with you. You don't disagree. You don't disagree. Also leftist. I don't like it. Make it illegal. Leftist. You don't like it. Don't watch it. Yes, exactly, Shinigami. That is exactly it. So she's like, oh, it's fight against free speech. Gordon, we laugh. Just making sure you're clothed. Okay.
Supremacy. I also don't really think we're debating colonialism or patriarchy. This left that want to get rid of anything that smacks of colonialism or patriarchy or white supremacy. I also don't really think we're debating the value of the Enlightenment, at least not in the way that somebody like Mr. Fry, who I think is a champion of Enlightenment values, frames it. The efforts to expand rights and privileges once granted to landowning white.
She does bring Fry with it as well. No, we are arguing about the ideas here, ma'am. Stop it. She brings in who did this, who did that. Shut up. Just take the ideas. And yes, okay, she brought it up like, oh, you surely agree with this. But I don't think that you need to be bringing up the other person, the people themselves. Bring up the ideas, especially in your opening remarks. I don't see why you need to be saying Jordan Peterson's name or Stephen Fry's name. Why should you be saying that especially in your first few minutes of speaking? What is the point of that? It's just a bad look. Don't do it. Attack the idea, even knowing that this quote that she talks about here. Rather than don't quote, say, there are people that blah, blah, blah. Okay? Take the idea. Don't make it so easy to be like, well, look at you, just pointing fingers straight at the person. We're here to debate ideas. God. That's like the left wanting to get through to erase anything associated with colonialism.
Heterosexual men is the Enlightenment, or is very much in keeping with the Enlightenment.
Okay, so she's over here saying we aren't debating values. Values. Okay, let's go here. Like, what? Look at it. Steven's just like, are you fucking talking about me? Okay, anyway, let's see what she's saying. Debating the value of enlightenment, at least, is not the way that somebody like Mr. Fry Frey, who I think is a champion of enlightenment values, brings the efforts to expand rights and privileges once granted just to land-owning white men. Okay. What are we trying to say? At least not in the way that somebody like Mr. Fry brings the efforts to expand rights and privileges once granted. Okay, so once granted white landowners being given to the rest of the people. We're not debating this. Okay, we're not debating that. Custom everywhere standing in hindrance to human advancement. To quote a dead white man, John Stuart Mill, the despotism of custom is everywhere, the standing hindrance to human advancement. Okay, let's just see where she is there with that, because that's
Quote a dead white man, John Stuart Mill, the despotism of custom is everywhere, the standing hindrance to human advancement. I think that some of our opponents, by contrast, frame challenges to the despotism of custom as politically correct attacks on a transcendent natural order. To quote Mr. Peterson again, each gender...
Again, bitch, what the fuck, dude? She goes in already with that. I know it's difficult to be the first one to speak, but why do you have to go for the person? For what? You are the one that has to say what you are saying first, right? They have to then attack you. You are immediately assuming their arguments, and it just doesn't look good. I don't know, is this normal in debate? I don't feel like it is. Usually it's just about the ideas for me, in my experience. It just doesn't seem this way. But anyway, maybe I'm naive. Okay, then advancement. Okay. And then she goes, I think some of our opponents, like, what the fuck, dude? I don't know. Am I being stupid here? Don't tell me that. Tell me I'm smart. Cheers, Galente. Oh, hello. Are you leaving? Wait, Galente. I don't want to be a sis. Carl, what's up? Have a good stream. Okay, Carl. Have a good day. Have a good time. I get it, but it would only negate him if his point was okay. Yeah, if this is how not to get addicted, and he failed. No, but it's still, if these were his rules of how not to get addicted, and he still got addicted, all he's done is he's failed in applying those rules. If he has applied those rules perfectly and gotten addicted, then the rules themselves are wrong. Nah? Okay. Usually in opening statements, there's a lot of leeway, and the moderator steps in mostly during the exchanges. Yes. Cis and hetero describe different things. Feeling better. The concern is that following 12 rules could lead you to becoming a drug addict. I don't want to be a cis. I want to be a me. Hey, Kitty. What's up, Alex? Good to see you again. Charlie, love it. The conceptual concern of my argument. Cheers, Kennedy. What up? We are me. Being a stoic could lead you to your kids becoming a serial killer tyrant. That's true. How are you treating your kid when you're too stoic? About to start lunch. I can actually chat. Woo! How are you? Yes, but my nose is still congested. Oh, poor boy. Did you the what's the name? The shower thing didn't work. Okay. Let's see where we are here with this bullshit.
Each sex has its own unfairness to deal with. But to think of it as a consequence of the social structure, it's like, come on, really, what about nature itself?
Okay, hold up. So she is saying Some of our opponents may, by contrast, frame challenges to the despotism of customs as politically correct attacks on transcendent natural order. Okay. So basically, she's saying the same thing, that people see attacks on this. They see attacks on the traditions as attacks on. Where did she put it here? Convince others that their discrimination isn't real. So let me just go here. Attacks on transcendent natural order. Opponents like Peterson see this. See attacks on custom as politically correct attacks on the natural order of things, basically. Okay, to quote Mr. Peterson again, each gender, each sex has its own unfairness to deal with, but to think of it as a consequence of the social structure is like to come on, really. What about nature itself? But there's no exception to this. Okay, hold on. That's obviously some bad transcribing. Quotes Peterson again. Mr. Peterson again. A fucking bitch, man. I can't. She puts it nice and politely, but that's about it. Come here. Yeah, that's not what I wanted. Peterson again. Copy. Each gender, each sex has its own unfairness to deal with, but to think of it as a consequence of the social structure is what?
Mr. Peterson again, each gender, each sex has its own unfairness to deal with. But to think of it as a consequence of the social structure, it's like, come on, really, what about nature itself?
It's like, come on. Okay. Oh, she makes this because it seems so damning. Because it's like, oh, then the natural order of things is the woman is oppressed. Look what this horrible, evil man is doing.
But there's an exception to this because he does believe in social interventions to remedy some kinds of unfairness, which is why in the New York Times he calls for, quote, enforced monogamy to remedy.
She's such a fucking bitch. Okay, attacks on, oh, so he has another one. But at the same time, points out some hypocrisy. Once, New York Times to what? To remedy the woes of men who don't get equal distribution of sex. I'm pretty sure, honey, sweetie, baby child, that he was discussing that in an intellectual manner. A lot of the time he's like, I don't know. Well, maybe we can consider this and that and this. But of course, we need to take it in the most low resolution, which is something he starts saying. We need to take it in the most uncharitable way so that we can shit all over the person. God, she does this with such a nice smile on her face, basically. and looks like less of a toss than Dyson, but she's just as much of an asshole. Okay, not just as much. Dyson is a fucking asshole. Okay, wants to enforce monogamy to overcome. To help men. That's so fucking disingenuous. So disingenuous. Get the fuck out, bitch. Oh, she's catty. Thankfully, she doesn't talk much. Yeah, she doesn't. Because why? Dyson doesn't shut the fuck up. Yeah, what is the sad reality? With it's the sad reality, those people will never engage the material to begin with. Come from the wrong person, it's wrong by default. So any opportunity to disparage it, they will. Yep. And that's why there are sometimes those trolls that are trying to say that this was said by so and so, and you know, like those people on the street that would be like, "Have you heard this quote by a politician that we so and so politician?" And they say something that sounds Trumpy, and then it actually is someone else. And they tell the person afterwards, like, actually, Trump didn't say that. It was so-and-so. And they're like, you know, that's funny. It's funny to see that at work. Does seem like an opportunity to dismiss. I think the counter argument might be something more like, take the advice, that is good. How do you know what is good? You have to take it, think for yourself. No one can think for you. Oh my gosh, Lord Cameron, what? Okay. Thinking for yourself? Heresy! Okay. Poisoning the world! We shall rejoice in poisoning the world. I don't think this point about enforced monogamy was not that it's more fair. His point is definitely not about people should be forced into marriages. Get the fuck out. Okay? She's just better at talking shit while avoiding confrontation. It feels very corporate. That's true, Galense. Why try to have a convo in good faith when you're only here to raise your clout and get a good deal? Get a book deal. Exactly, these two writers over here. Take the good. I was just saying if meditations was a parenting guide, then yes, reason to dismiss. Since it's a personal way of being, it's not, yeah. And apply, you can't, you have to apply in context. Everything should just, it should help you consider the moving parts of your situation. It shouldn't tell you exactly what to do. That doesn't seem right, because life is not prescriptive in that way. It's not usually that you can just apply the same thing everywhere. It's quite jarring to hear someone who we would assume to be intelligent be so blatantly bad faith, right? He's talking about incentives like tax breaks. Well, you see, Andrew, it's disingenuous, bad faith. Oh, okay, here's food. Sorry. Gordon. Kthxbai. Did you guys have an argument with Hassan while I was away? There are a lot of benefits to monogamous relationships, and that should be encouraged. Exactly, it's encouraged, not enforced. Yes, we're gonna have the Handmaid's Tale kind of shit going on. Okay, more food. can feel my phone vibing. I think it's my girls doing some things. Okay. Let us listen while I eat. Dinner with Kitteh.
Be the woes of men who don't get their equal distribution of sex. When it comes to the political correctness debate, we've been exactly here before. Alan Bloom, the author of the closing
Hassan called your names on your birthday? Fired. I'm smothering him.
of the American Mind, compared the tyranny of feminism in academia to the Khmer Rouge. And he was writing at a time when women accounted for 10% of all college tenured faculty. It's worth looking back at what was considered annoyingly, outrageously politically correct in the 1980s, the last time we had this debate. You know, having to call, or not being able to call indigenous people, quote, Indians, or having to use hyphenated terms, at least in the United States, of terms like African Americans. You know, adding women or people of color to the Western Civ curriculum, not making gay jokes or using retard as an epithet. And I kind of get it, right? New concepts, new words sort of stick in your throat. The way we're used to talking and thinking seem natural and normal, you know, by definition. And then the new terms, new concepts that have social utility stick, and those that don't fall away.
Okay. So she's saying, yeah, here now at least she's going into the argument of this is progress, this is good. So she's saying you're upset about this right now because of that you're it's all new to you and whatever. But look how far we've come. These things, you were talking about things when there was very little representation. Now we've got more representation. Somehow that just doesn't, that somehow cancels out that technically you would, it's highly possible and probable that you could go too far. This person is retarded, yes. You're coping if you don't let people sneak or you'll go.
The new terms, new concepts that have social utility stick, and those that don't fall away. So if you go back to the 1970s, Ms., you know, MS, as an alternative to Miss or Mrs. stuck around, and women with a Y didn't.
Shame, she's so nervous. But she's doing well, shame. I would do that as well. Look how red her chest is, that's what my chest would do.
And I think that someday, or I hope that someday we'll look back and marvel at the idea that gender-neutral pronouns ever seemed like an existential threat to anyone.
Oh, that was a burn, wasn't it?
But I also don't think it's clear that, you know, that might not happen, because if you look around the world right now, there are plenty of places that have indeed dialed back cosmopolitanism and reinstated patriarchy in the name of staving off chaos.
Oh, she's so happy.
Like terrible places.
She enjoyed that staving off chaos thing. She enjoyed that, didn't she? She's like, haha, see? Peterson, chaos, get it?
You know, I come to you from the United States, which is currently undergoing a monumental attempt to roll back social progress in the name of overcoming political correctness.
What is she talking about? What is she talking about?
And as someone who lives there, I assure you, it feels nothing like progress. Thank you.
What is she talking about? Our Jordan woman, our Kathleen, should be treated as such. Peterson, the dear leader of the Democratic Party, the sex pest philosopher, the inbred love child of Freud and Andrew Tate. Yes, that's what we're here to listen to. What did Patrick do? I've seen so many Black Americans say they wish they were just referred to as Americans. Oh, you mean people that just don't want to be reduced to something they had absolutely no choice in? Their skin color? They just want to be where they live. And they want to be defined by things that they have in common with people as opposed to things that are... I know new things are hard for you, but we're no longer little bigots. Thank you very much. Yeah. Goodbye. Thank you. That is all I'll need to say. In Europe, those words are used still in use nearly everywhere. I think I like that. Is that evil according to her? Which words? Ms. and whatever. There were weirdo neo-Marxists back then who were progressively advocating for lowering the age of consent and failed. Just because something is progressive doesn't... Yeah! You can get progressively bad. One of the terms that didn't stick around as long as just saying far left was regressive left. The regressive left is... They think they've gone so far left that they've turned all the way around. It's they've regressed to a totalitarian, authoritarian way of thinking. In order to get their way. Her new ideas equals progress. What the fuck? Yeah. What do you mean? Karen needs to go back to sipping wine. Hey. Yeah, true. Blah, blah, Trump. Back to Trump as president, yeah. And he's a threat to our democracy. He's the end of the world. If I were in this debate, my retaliation would be to completely ignore this woman, just address the other guy. Yeah. But that's sexist, Andrew. I want them to bring back on the ESS on things like waitress and actress. Kitteh is a YouTuber. Jordan doesn't completely ignore her. He actually doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't actually really respond to her. Later on, he kind of does once, but that's about it. The fetishization of progress and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. Yeah. That it isn't progress. It's always progress. The definition, I suppose, of progress is change, and changing. Change is always good. That's the discussion we had with the black nationalism and all. Change is always good. No, it's not. They almost always keep mentioning all the liberal movements in the past that won and conveniently excludes the ones that didn't, and then argue in favor of the slippery slope. Today! Nico, yeah, like you mentioned the age of consent discussion. Shame, she's cute with her little legs swinging. Shame.
Great start to the debate, Michelle. Thank you. I'm now going to ask Jordan Peterson to speak for the con team.
He's such a good speaker. You can't deny. He goes off on tangents and things, but he's such a good speaker.
Hello. So we should first decide what we're talking about. We're not talking about my views of political correctness, despite what you might have inferred from the last speaker's comments. This is how it looks to me. We essentially need something approximating a low-resolution grand narrative to unite us. And we need a narrative to unite us because otherwise we don't have peace. What's playing out...
So basically we have to agree on something. Okay, so yes, when I see the way that she saw his ideas, she went low resolution there in order to disagree with him rather than agree with him. So he's saying low resolution and that we need to find at least something that we can agree on, but she's actually gone low resolution in terms of in order to disagree.
In the universities and in broader society right now is a debate between two fundamental low-resolution narratives, neither of which can be completely accurate because they can't encompass all the details. Obviously, human beings have an individual element and a collective element, a group element, let's say. The question is, what story should be paramount? And
this was the biggest thing for me with this debate, or the best thing that I see in Jordan Peterson is individualism. It's just reducing people to their groups. We can't deny that we belong to groups and we are social creatures, so we have in-groups and out-groups. But definitely can't be pretending that individuals are not paramount.
This is how it looks to me. In the West, we have reasonably functional, reasonably free, remarkably productive, stable hierarchies that are open to consideration of the dispossessed that hierarchies generally create. Our societies are freer and functioning more effectively.
So, did he say that hierarchies are perfect? No, he did not.
Than any societies anywhere else in the world, and than any societies ever have.
Which is another thing that pisses me off about America bad. Get the fuck out.
And as far as I'm concerned, and I think there's good reason to assume this, it's because the fundamental low-resolution grand narrative that we've oriented ourselves around in the West is one of the sovereignty of the individual, and it's predicated on the idea that all things considered, the best way for me to interact with someone else is individual to individual, and to react to that person as if they're both part of the process, because that's the right way of thinking about it, the psychological process by which things we don't understand can yet be explored, and by things that aren't properly organized in our society can be yet set right.
Okay, so the moving parts in society are individuals. Things that we don't know, we are going to learn from other people as individuals. Things that need to change would change in between individuals. So that's where his whole clean your room thing comes in, where he's like, you guys are carrying on about global warming and shit like that as well. Like, you are going to actually enact the biggest change in your own area. Bitches be shopping, am I right? Thank you, good night. Yeah. Took her out with one sentence. It took that long to break down. Yeah, a statement was over. What, the over-under on Dyson? What do you mean? Okay, hold on. Problem is that Goldberg is the good faith person on her side. Yeah, she's the most good faith. Leftists used to despise progress for progress' sake. That's one of the original complaints about capitalism. Really? Oh yeah, growth for growth's sake. Yeah, progress is as in progress for its own sake, yeah. It's as good as it gets. Yeah. She is as good as it gets, yeah. If it took that long to break down her statement, what's the other? Oh, is that what you're saying? Dyson is going to be... We should just do a stream just for Dyson. Did that make it through? What your... That was a bit dense. What he did. I read it, my sweet child. Is your room clean? No, it's not. It's got a husband in it. And a box for food. Uncle Ted was phenomenally intelligent. Shame he discredited his ideas so many with the sketcher things he did. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Make Peterson great again. Yeah, get him offline, let him chill for a bit, and then he'll be great.
The reason we're valuable as individuals, both with regards to our rights and responsibilities, is because that's our essential purpose, and that's our nobility, and that's our function. What's happening, as far as I'm concerned, in the universities in particular, and spreading very rapidly out into the broader world, including the corporate world, much to what should be its chagrin, is a collectivist narrative. And of course, there's some utility in a collectivist narrative because we're all part of groups in different ways. But the collectivist narrative that I regard as politically correct is a strange pastiche of postmodernism and neo-Marxism. And its fundamental claim is that, no, you're not essentially an individual. You're essentially a member of a group.
It's as simple as that. Which one would you rather be viewed as? Oh, but intersectionality. No. Intersectionality is for the individual. Yeah? Because if you break people down into all their little labels intersectionally, they're still an individual. They just have all different points of oppression, right? And privilege. No. Because you're still the individual still gets drowned out by all of those labels. It still gets reduced to those labels. I think actually look, the way Jung puts it in his book, it's very wordy. But I'll find the quote. I'll go and re-listen to it again. The way that he does it, it's literally in the first chapter of this book, where he's like, you whenever you are trying to define things by grouping them, you're going to lose resolution of them. You're going to lose details. So of course, when you do need to make generalizations, for sure, you have to, in order to understand things. We do make generalizations, but you still have to apply to the individual, because that doesn't mean that the individual doesn't exist anymore. So no, it seems like leftists want to look at the group to the detriment of the individual, whereas the sensible sort of conservative right-wing person wants to look at the individual and the group. So not to the detriment of the group, but just you never discount the individual, because at the end of the day, individuals are the ones that make up society. I mean, hello, it's not that complicated, is it?
And that group might be your ethnicity, and it might be your sex, and it might be your race, and it might be any of the endless numbers of other potential.
Galente, I have to appreciate the cosmic humor. That someone with the surname Dyson is so vacuous. That's hilarious. Messy man defend. Okay, let's go.
Groups that you belong to, because you belong to many of them, and that you should be essentially categorized along with those who are like you on that dimension in that group. That's proposition number one. Proposition number two is that the proper way to view the world is as a battleground between groups of different power. So you define the groups first, and then you assume that you view the individual from the group context, you view the battle between groups from the group context, and you view history itself as a consequence of nothing but the power maneuvers between different groups. That eliminates any
Mr. Kitty would definitely blame me for the state of the room.
consideration of the individual at a very fundamental level, and also any idea, for example, of free speech, because if you're collectivist at heart in this manner, there is no such thing as free speech. It isn't that it's debated by those on the radical left and let's say the rest of us, so to speak. It's that in that formulation, there's no such thing as free speech, because for an individualist, free speech is how you make sense of the world and reorganize society in a proper manner. But for the radical left type collectivist that's associated with this viewpoint of political correctness, when you speak, all you're doing is playing a power game on behalf of your group, and there's nothing else that you can do, because that's all there is.
Yep. How limiting. How racist. You're never ever viewed. What's the point of having a name?
And not only is that all there is in terms of who you are as an individual now, and how...
And yet at the same time, we're trying to have 1 million genders so that we can define ourselves. Wow, the world is wild. I am tired. I'm like Duma right now. I'm tired.
Society should be viewed. It's also the fundamental narrative of history. For example, it's widely assumed in our universities now that the best way to conceptualize Western civilization is as an oppressive, male-dominated patriarchy, and that the best way to construe relationships between men and women across the centuries is one of oppression of women by men. It's like, well, look, no hierarchy is without its tyranny. That's an axiomatic truth. People have recognized that literally for thousands of years. And hierarchies do tend towards tyranny, and they tend...
Right, so he's saying... She said here, that people that are for hierarchy, they see any criticism against hierarchy as a way to erase custom, erase those thousands of years or whatever. But I'm sure what he goes to say here is that our hierarchies are challenged. We are in a position that we challenge tyranny. We are able to.
And towards the usurpation by people with power. But that only happens when they become corrupt. We have mechanisms in our society to stop hierarchies from becoming intolerably corrupt, and they actually work pretty well. And so I would also point this out. You know, don't be thinking that this is a debate about whether empathy is useful or not. Or
okay, you guys can watch.
Getting stirred here.
So I've got a couple of questions.
So let's your sides, folks. I'm going to go to Jordan, then to you,
Let's
Michelle.
assume for a moment that I've benefited from my white privilege. Okay, so let's assume that. That's fine.
Assumption.
That's what you would say. So, so let's say here. Let's get precise about this. Okay.
Was that very individual of you?
Let's get precise about this. Okay.
Let's get precise.
To what degree is my present level of attainment or achievement a consequence of my white privilege? And I don't mean sort of. I mean, do you mean 5%? Do you mean 15%? Do you mean 25%? Do you mean 75%? And what do you propose I do about it? How about a tax? How about a tax that's like specialized for me so that I can account for my damn privilege, so that I can stop hearing about it? Now, let's get precise about one other thing, okay? We'll get precise about one other thing.
Precise.
Yeah, precise, yes. And so...
Go and subscribe, you shit. He's not growling. He's mooing. Just mooing. Hey, PC, what's up? Okay, there you go. I got to wash my hands. And you guys got to rewatch my moo cow. This monk guy gets off on this zoning. Yeah. You see how he looks there and looks there? He's just watching. Okay, let's go. Continue. Sorry, just to keep you... That just woke you guys up a bit. I want to go back in the transcript and map these things. Maybe this is how we go ahead. I was just doing it this way because I was eating. And it's good for you guys if I eat, okay? So, forced monogamy, that was where we were previously. Equal distribution of sex when it comes to... We've been exactly here before the Alan Bloom, the author of The Closing of the American Mind. Tyranny of feminism in academia. So brings up the other thing as well. Of feminism. So I'm going back to Lady Good Faith over here. So Alan Bloom. I don't know why this comes up. What is her point here? Let's try and pick out, let's be charitable. Okay? Equal distribution, blah, blah. So she does her little ad hominem there. Closing of the American Mind. Compared with tyranny of... Jesus! Excellent, Daisy! He's just had a poop, so he's a bit loopy. And he's upset that his dad hasn't let him in. Axel I'm talking about. Closing of the Mind. American Mind. Compared the tyranny of feminism in academia to the Khmer. And he was writing at the time when women accounted for So I guess her point here is we have progressed previously. Progress always comes is accompanied uncomfortable changes for those in power. Okay, that's basically her whole point there. She brings the woman, faculties with looking back, it was considered annoyingly, outrageously politically incorrect the last time we had a debate. Okay. I'll put that here as well. Stuck. He's so upset. He's jumping up and down, carrying on. Quite injured, so haven't seen it. Hyphenated. Even though okay, that's her point, basically. Epithets, kind of, stick in your throat. Cool, I don't need to carry on. Miss or Mrs. Cool. That's basically it. Oh yeah, and I'm just going to put Trump president. Wait, is it current? USA. Through a name of overcoming below. What? Dialed back progress. Through a monumental so we haven't gone, basically she's like the left hasn't gone far enough. That's basically it over here. Copy style. Okay, so that was hers. Let's go to Peterson. Okay, and we go with a purple. Peterson opening. Oops. Okay. Jordan Peterson, so we could first decide what we're talking about. Okay, so he wants to, wow, what are we talking about? Decide what we're talking about. Seeking low resolution agreement. Okay, I'm going to say narrative. Because otherwise we don't have peace. And that's playing out in the universities. And that's what's playing out in the universities. Otherwise, no peace. Okay? Playing out in universities. So that's actually a subtopic of this. Okay. In broader society and society. Oh god, screw this clip, honestly. Broader society right now is a debate between two fundamental low-resolution narratives, neither of which can be completely accurate because they can't encompass all the details. Obviously, human beings have. Okay, so plays out in low resolution, meaning encompass all the details. So I just want to go here and start then.
Otherwise, we don't have peace. What's playing out in the universities and in broader society right now is a debate between two fundamental low-resolution narratives, neither of which can be completely accurate because they can't encompass all the details. Obviously, human beings have an individual element and a collective element.
Okay, so low, and that is so Jungian. So you can see. Okay, low resolution fundamental is they can all the details of. I'm just going to say of individuals. Because yeah, we're never going to agree on absolutely everything because we are so diverse. Okay? In the actual way, the actual meaning. I feel like 10 years ago, birthing people would have been seen as a slur by everyone. Now I guess only the patriarchy think it's bad. Yeah, only the TERFs and the patriarchy think it's bad. Let's see where we are here. You guys still arguing about Marcus Aurelius. My cats get the zoomy after he shits. Patrick, that's exactly what Axie is doing, and he's now been kicked out of his dad's bedroom for that reason. Because he's, yeah. Excellent dating. What kind of wine tonight? It is, I'll get you the name. That's cheap. I'll just go and read it. Okay, it's for Josh, everybody. So if you're upset with him, sorry for you. It's very easy to get Axel excited. You just make big noises and then he's like, oh my god, let's run. Let's do the thing. It is called Argento. I had the Sauvignon Blanc with my mom-in-law. So I just got a, I think it's a Merlot. Anyway. And while they need to leave the area they shit in fast because predators might smell it. So house cats get the zoomies and just run all around. It is true. That's the idea. Shang, I thought it was Axel and Daisy. Excellent dating. No, it's Axel and Daisy. Jesus is excellent at dating. But isn't this vibe fallacy progression good because it's got us here failing to acknowledge when progression failed? Yes. Okay, so that is I'm gonna put you here, awful. Next to our beautiful good faith lady. I just want to copy it down and update. Cool. So all of our floating topics will be like that. And let's get a relationship going. Ooh. Okay, there you go. Oh, this also relationship is not supposed to have an arrow in it. Oh, now actually is eating lots. Bleh. Okay, update. That would be, wonder how she feels about birthing people. I wonder if that's progressive now. Peterson's opening was masterful. In a single sentence, dismissed everything she said and actually frames what the conversation is. Yeah, because it's, how easy has she made it for him? By talking such cuck. She wasted all her time trying to say, ooh, look, Peterson bad, instead of actually making an argument. It just falls flat. So he can do that without even thinking. I don't even think he had to think hard for that. He had one bit of thing to say, sort of directly to what she said, and that was it. Recently, Anna from TYT got into a spat with the leftist about the term. Yeah, exactly that. There are these. Seems like when people leave the left, they have these little issues that they turn on, that they draw a line, and then when they express that's ridiculous, then they get this huge blowback, and they're like, wait a second, I used to think you guys weren't this crazy, but now you guys are showing me some crazy shit. So maybe I need to reconsider what I've been thinking about the other side. So it's a good way to change people's mind. Birthing people is a slur, to be frank. No, just tell it to your mom. Mother's Day is coming up in South Africa.
Is the thing clean?
Yes, it's just got scratches on it. If you want a bowl, go and get the silicone pink or purple silicone thing in the cupboard there. You found it. I don't know why you need to put it in a bowl, because you're going to finish the whole thing in any case. Okay, Abu. Gordon always puts things on his head. He just put a bowl on his head. Anyway, the type of progressive talking was always looked down on the 90s. Everyone agreed they were annoying. Yeah, social media changed that. Yeah, social media gave it all a voice, but I wouldn't want to take that voice away. I want to know how stupid people are. Show me. My sister's being taught neopronouns in school. Oh my god. How old is your sister? What did I do? I don't know. Josh, you didn't do anything. Oh, it's the wine. Oh, my bad. The term is survivor's bias. Oh. Clown self and whatnot. I like to take cough syrup, so that's like a wine. Okay. The Zers. Bit of a no true Scotsman too, for all those other times. Really progressive. Oh, I need a burp. She's appropriating liberalism culture. What's silicone pink in the cupboard there? Josh. It's a cake thingy. We put it in the air fryer. Did you bake all the non-purple and pink dishes? Non-purple and pink dish. Listen, I do bake with the purple and pink dishes. Yes, this is a blast from the past. What? 4 years ago. Yes, she's 15 and uses TikTok, but it's okay because she's based. She thinks there's clown stuff. Thank God, Forful. But I don't think you would let her be anything else. Tyrannical. Okay. What's up, Stug? Good to see you. Let us continue mapping what our Jordan says over here. Style. Oi, oi. Yeah. Okay, they can't encompass. Oopsie poopsie. Come on. Okay. So we're talking to find something that will unite us, low resolution. So we also need to figure out how much we can and can't agree on. By definition, what can we and can't? How much can we expect to agree on? And he's saying we have to find some common ground. Okay. Okay. So what we're talking about, we views of political correctness, despite what you might have inferred from the last speaker's comments. That's it. That's the only time that he speaks about her. He doesn't even say her name. And that is a social thing. Not saying the name Mr. Peterson, you know, she kept saying Mr. Peterson, Mr. Fry. He just goes previous speaker. Doesn't even fucking give her the time of name. Get it? Views of political correctness is about what you meant. Okay, so we're not talking about my views. I just want to actually push a whoopsie. Tab then. We're not talking about my views. About my views. Political correctness, despite despite what you might think. That is great. I'm just going to put here. Nope. I want this. Go here. Thank you. And I will say copy paste, copy down. Okay. Need something approximating low resolution grand narrative to unite us, and we need a narrative because otherwise we don't have peace. What's going about in universities and broader society right now is debates between two fundamental low resolution narratives, neither of which can be completely accurate. Okay, so you said can't be encompass all things. Human beings have an individual, so let's just go over here. Human beings have an intellect, have an individual element and a collective element. Okay, that's going over here. No floating topic. Fuck off. And a collective element. Yay! Paste star. Okay. Looks to me in the West. I'm not replaying this because we have played it while I was eating. So I'm just basically using the transcript. Looks to me in the West that we have reasonably functional, reasonably free, remarkably productive, stable hierarchies that are open to the consideration of the dispossessed. Okay, so hierarchies. Functional, productive, stable, oopsie. Stable. Reasonably free. He's not saying they're perfect, so shut the fuck up. And people get so angry when you're trying to say that everything isn't as horrible as the leftist would like you to believe. They don't like that. They don't want to be told that police brutality is not as prevalent as it is in their nightmares. They don't want to hear that. Okay, reasonably free. They don't want to hear that we are most people are more wealthy than ever in the history of planet Earth, but they don't want to hear that. Reasonably free, open, dispossessed. Okay, so we have hierarchies that are hierarchies aren't perfect, but we have mechanisms. We have implemented great mechanisms. Of course, they aren't perfect. They aren't always working properly, but they are there, whereas they were never there before. And what is the alternative of not having a hierarchy? Well, chaos, but also it's actually just having one big overarching hierarchy that pushes out absolutely every kind of differentiator between people, to the point where the only thing that they have in common is that they're dying and they're starving. That's it. Open consideration to dispossessed. Okay. Dispossessed hierarchies generally create our societies are free and functioning more effectively than any society where is anywhere else in the world. Okay. Better anywhere else in the world. No. Remember the xenophiliac, the xenophiles out there. No. Everybody else in the rest of the world does it so much better than America. Because, Africa is where it's at. Africa is incredible. It is progressive. It's, oh shit, Uganda wants to kill people for being homosexual. Oh, not kill. Oh, sorry, no. We'll just imprison them. Progressive as fuck. Just doesn't work, does it? Just actually have a look at your country. Have a look at it and maybe appreciate it. You sacks of shit. Okay, remarkably productive, stable hierarchies, dispossess. Like, honestly, if you know, if you ever meet these woke Americans that say America sucks, please can you refer them to me so we can swap. Okay, I'll give them my South African citizenship and they can give me a green card. Okay, I'll be an American. I'll be a great American. You can come and be a South African. Just do it. Come on, do it. You'll be fine. Looks to me the West have reasonably functional dispossessed. Greater societies are freer, functioning more effectively than any society. Anyway, as far as I'm concerned, there's a good reason to assume that it's because the fundamental low-resolution grand narrative that we are oriented ourselves around in the West is one of the sovereignty of the individual. Okay, so he's saying we mostly do congregate around this idea of the individual. Low resolution. Did you say? Low resolution. The sovereignty of the So we do have the sovereignty, both of us on both sides will have the sovereignty of the individual, but it will be for the good of the individual that you consider them in terms of their group identity for the left. Okay. I don't think I think there's this disingenuous thing where the collectivist still pretends to care about the individual, which is no. That's the low resolution part of it. Orienting ourselves around in the West is one of the sovereignty of the individual, and it's predicated on the idea that all things considered, the best way for me to interact with someone else is individual. Predicated on individuals. That's okay. This also goes in line with what Stephen Fry starts saying. Where it's like it's not so much what you call me, it's how we treat each other, that sort of thing. His argument goes perfectly with Stephen's. I mean with Jordan's. Okay, is individual to individual to react to that person as if they're both part of the process. They're both part of the process because that's the right way of thinking about it. We don't understand. Yet we explored. Okay, so I'm just no subtopic. You there we go. Woo! There we go. No, not subtopic, subtopic. There we go. Individuals both parts of the process. Individuals part of the process. Both are parts. Process, because that's the right way of thinking about it. The psychological process. Psychological process by which things we don't understand. Okay, so I'm going to reword this and just be like the way of thinking about it. Explore through and learn through interaction with each other. Okay, does he say a rather than? We're valuable as individuals, both with regards to our rights and responses, because that our essential purpose, our mobility, our function is what's happening as far as concerned. The universities in particular are spreading very rapidly out into the broader world, including the corporate world, much to blah blah chagrin. There's some utility in collectivist narrative because there's all part of groups in different ways. Okay, cool. So, just where we are with Peterson here. Let's just put this all together because all I've been doing is just saying fragmented sentences as far as you can tell. Okay, what he's saying, cool, let's decide what we're talking about. This is where he basically dismisses all the bullshit that poor Goldberg was trying to do. He's saying what we are looking for is something that is a low resolution narrative to unite us, because when we get into the gritty detail, that's when we're going to disagree the most. But we do tend to interact with this fundamental highly contentious part where we can't find the moving. We just stick to our sides. We don't actually interact with them properly. But what we need to do is bring the core concepts and see how they interact, to see whether we can find some sort of common ground and keep the peace. Okay. He in one sentence by saying, not talking about my views on political correctness, despite what you might have inferred from the last speaker's comments. That's it. Doesn't fucking say her name. We out of it. We're not even talking about your stuff, ma'am. So he immediately also shows that, listen, things are complex. Okay, the complexity means that we can't interact. We can't be reductive, but we kind of have to be, if you know what I'm saying. We have to find the lowest common denominator without dismissing each other. Anyway, I don't think that's the point he's trying to make. I'm just saying this is what I see in it. Human beings have an individual element and a collective element. That's one of the most beautiful things you could really think about, is you can't take one out and ignore the other. You can't ignore the individual completely and think about the collective. And you can't take out the collective and think about only of the individual. But the collective is made up of individuals. You could never, ever, ever separate those two things. I think there's more peril in ignoring the individual than ignoring the group. Kitty, move to the US when you have the chance. Yeah, I will. I want to become an African American. Exactly. Apparently, some people in Uganda think that you can cure AIDS by... Yes, it's true, Shinigandi. They do that even in South Africa. They also think that you can cure AIDS by raping children. They do. I think it's slowed down, but it was quite a rampant story that you heard when I was younger. I'd choose sitting at the back of the bus over that, yeah. You ask them to name a better place than America, and they just go, well, it could be better. Well, that's great. It could be better. Cool. What's better? No, nowhere else. Okay, so would you agree that it is the best then? Okay, fine. No, let's word it the way that would make you feel a bit more edgy. It's the least bad place to live. Will that make you feel comfortable, American haters? Jesus. It's so shit. Ooh, Gray is getting the wrench, guys. Ironically, they are so Eurocentric that they only criticize what they have. Yeah. And the British. You ask them the name of a better place. Oh, and the British peoples. What about the British peoples? Sorry guys. Okay. So this whole thing over here with the hierarchies in the West and all of that, this is the whole thing of Jordan Peterson not sitting on the wagon of America bad, North America bad, the West bad, Eastern philosophy best, African philosophy best. He's unabashedly saying that we've actually come a long way, so don't be full of shit. Okay. Cool, low resolution grand narrative in the West, sovereignty of the individual. So that's something that we've kind of all gone around, but now we've skewed the sovereignty of the individual into, we need to consider the groups that make up the individual before we consider the individual at all. It just blows my mind. Okay, so here he gets to this is where he's getting to the point of explaining there is some utility in a collective narrative because we're all part of groups in different ways. That is something that the left will capitalize on. Because you can't deny that we are part of groups, because that's what humans are. We will always be part of groups, in and out of groups. We will always differentiate ourselves according to one another. It's just how our brains work. It's how language works. It's how we're programmed. We are going to take things that are similar and put them together, and we're going to take things that are different and separate them. That's what we do. But that's not to say that literal discernment between two different things is now discrimination. There's some utility in a collectivist narrative because we're all part of groups in different ways. Cool. That's easy. Collective narrative. Sorry, take you out. Take me out. Sorry, I need to remember to breathe. Cool, I need some of that oxygen. I hear it's good. Narrative that is regarded politically correct. Okay, collectivist narrative is politically correct. Equals politically correct. Postmodernism. Okay. Whoopsie. Pastiche of postmodernism. A strange pastiche of postmodernism. In neo-Marxism. Here we go. Yeah. Fundamental claim. No, you're not essentially an individual. You're essentially a member of a group. And that group might be your ethnicity. Oh, your mother. Ethnicity, sex, race. Endless numbers of potential groups. Any kind of group. Okay, cool. Endless numbers of potential groups. Belong to, because there's so many of them, and that you should be essentially categorized as along with those who are like you on the dimension in that group. That's the proposition number one. Proposition number two is that the proper way to view the world is as a battleground. Okay, that's beautiful. He's done this so nice. As much as I've been umming and ahhing my way through, he's really made it very... How does... He didn't write this down. He just... This is it. It's in his head. He's thought about this a very long time. He just knows how to articulate this really well. So, so we've got what we're talking about. They have an individual element and a collective element. He does talk again about the individual and collective over here. We do seem to care about the individual, but they've now taken the individual and put them in, classified him and /her according to certain groups that they're part of. And if we want to go and finish off what he's talking about here, you should be categorized, okay? And then the second part of the narrative, well, not the narrative, second part of political correctness. This is what part of political correctness. And this is where our work definition comes in, guys, where we go, hold on. Okay, where the woke definition comes in, where it's everybody must be defined according to the groups that they're in, and they're either oppressed or oppressors, and that's how it works. So everybody interacts according to between groups of different power. Okay, so life is what? World. The world is I just want to check something. Stream Elements, is you awake? Come on, Stream Elements, you can do it. There you go. Okay. Between groups of different powers, so you define the groups. So he's got a summary here, define the groups. Then you assume consequence of nothing but power maneuver. Then you assume that history maneuvering. Okay, cool. So that's basically this is like the definition of woke. So long and good night. Everyone is defined by their group, and everyone is either oppressed boom. Okay, paste. Oh, Rough Dogs, thanks for joining the Discord. Welcome. Okay. There we go. Please, guys, if your name is different on Discord to what it is on YouTube, just introduce yourself in the welcome tab and say who you are there. You can also change, I think you can change your name. I don't know if you need to have Nitro to do it, or if the server just allows you to do it, because the server has Nitro. Either way. I think we're almost at the end of Peterson's one. Okay, let's go.
It's a battleground between groups of different power. So you define the groups first, and then you assume that you view the individual from the group context, you view the battle between groups from the group context, and you view history itself as a consequence of nothing but the power maneuvers between different groups. That eliminates any consideration of the individual at a very fundamental level, and also any idea, for example, of free speech, because if you're collectivist at heart in this manner, there is no such thing as free speech. It isn't that it's debated by those.
So, second part of political correctness, and now also another thing we can actually will land up making. I'll just do this as a circle. Hey, what are you doing? Whoa. What's happening? What's happening? Relax. I just want you to be a circle. Gosh. Here we go. Okay, low resolution grand hierarchies in the west. Main there. Okay, I want another circle here. and here it's free speech. So that's another thing of you are always a representative of your group. Therefore, you can only ever speak according to what your group is allowed to speak on. If you're white, you can only speak. You can actually not speak about anything if you're white, let's be honest. The only thing you should be doing when you're white is saying exactly what Professor Flowers says and parroting what she says so that it is amplified. You're not allowed to add your opinion to the thing. You're supposed to just amplify the marginalized voice. That's the only thing the white person exists to do, is to amplify those opinions, but there better not be a white savior about it. Okay, so apparently you can exist as a white person, but you need to use your whiteness as instructed. So that's the whole collectivism thing, the criticism that Peterson has here for collectivism is this is such a limiting way of viewing people in a collectivist manner. You are always you are only ever speaking as the person, the group, your group. So the limitations, so all limitations apply. For example, free speech, because you're a collectivist at heart, the manner is no such thing as free speech. No such thing. There's no such thing for a collectivism. Which is actually, I think, something that we don't word the same. We don't actually use that wording, and I think we need to keep it in mind. It's not that we don't think about this and we don't use this sort of concept, but it's such a good way to word it. If you know what I'm saying, like we are aware of this in our discussions that we have all over the place and on the debates we watch. But this is a really nice way of putting it. There's no such thing for an individualist. Free speech is, okay, it's for a collectivist, for individualists, for free speech, it's how we relate to the world. Okay, which is the same way we make sense of the world with other people, individual to individual. A collectivist, you always have the baggage of your label. How you make sense of the world. Radical left type collectivist is associated with this viewpoint of political correctness. Still talking about political correctness, right? The political correctness here, it's the basis. He is talking about political correctness here. He's talking about the basis for it. What are the principles underlying political correctness? And here's one of them: is that you're doing this by paying power game on behalf of your group. There's nothing else that you can do, because that's all there is. And not only is that all there is in terms of who you are as an individual, now and how society should be viewed, it's also the fundamental narrative of history. Okay, so let me just do this one. Copy. Okay, you're doing is playing a power game. Speech is there is nothing else that you can do. That is all. That's all there is. Not only is it that there, okay, there is. Not only is it that, so there we go. Not only is it all there is in terms of who you are, society, the fundamental of history. the best way to conceptualize is an oppressive. Yeah. Okay, so I think he just uses this as an example, right? So he's saying it's a fundamental narrative of history, and then he literally uses the example of men oppressing. My boy Axel, okay? Male-dominated patriarchy, that's the best way to construe relationships between men and women across the centuries, one of oppression women. No hierarchy is without tyranny. He agrees that this is a thing. No hierarchy. I'm going to actually bring it back down to this concept over here. We don't have to have another node. Where is it? My boy! Gordon! No hierarchy. Just hold on. I will now yell for Gordon. Axie is at your door. He's meowing hard. Okay. Gonna pre-order that shit ASAP. Transracial DLC isn't out yet. Shit! Is it you or the video? I don't remember it. What's this? Echo. Oh. Why would there be echo? Am I echoing still? If you're white, you need to be insulting Americans, British and French people. What if I don't identify as white? Well, oopsie. Yeah, what happens when I press play? What is happening? Oh, is it double? Let's see. Ooh, it was recording. Huh?
The rest of us, so to speak, it's that in that formulation, there's no such
Doesn't seem to be echoing.
thing as free speech, because for an individualist, free speech is how you make sense of the world and reorganize society in a proper manner. But
Was that echoing, Andrew? Because it doesn't show me an echo on my audio levels here on OBS. Now I've got My Chemical Romance in my head. Oopsie, no, we don't want that. Could be echoing inside the venue. I don't know if the echo that I'm hearing is not enough echo for it to be noticeable. So I don't know. Maybe, okay, let's see. Oopsie. That's down. Okay, where are we? Let's continue.
radical left type collectivist that's associated with this viewpoint of political correctness, when you speak, all you're doing is playing a power game on behalf of your group. And there's nothing else that you can do, because that's all there is. And not only is that all there is in terms of who you are as an individual now and how society should be viewed, it's also the fundamental narrative of history. For example, it's widely assumed in our universities now that the best way to conceptualize Western civilization is as an oppressive, male-dominated patriarchy, and that the best way to construe relationships between men and women across the centuries is one of oppression of women by men. It's like, well, look, no hierarchy is without its tyranny. That's an axiomatic truth. People have recognized that literally for thousands of years. And hierarchies do tend towards tyranny, and they tend towards the usurpation by people with power.
Okay, so he's literally even said tend towards. Oopsie. Okay, Gordon is not paying attention, so I just need to let Axel into the room because I feel so sorry for my boy. Oh, baby boy. Oh, baby boy. He's a boy. So, you don't even hear eats. Really? Really? Daisy doesn't want to be my friend. I tried. Axel went to be with his dad. Daisy's like, fuck you, Mom. Okay. Let me see if you could actually see Daisy if she decided to sit with us. Yeah, you could. If she did. There. But you saw her jump in the background. That bitch! Don't tell Gordon I called her a bitch. Pete! You guys are lucky my mic cuts out all the squeaks. Most of them. Okay, hierarchy 10 towards tyranny. BT dubs. Okay. You know the feeling. What? Of being rejected by your child. Doesn't want to be your friend because you cut your hair. Shut up. I cut my hair so that I didn't have to spend so long drying it. Okay? And then I could play with her more. So she needs to just understand. Nope. She's licking her butt.
But that only happens when they become corrupt. We have mechanisms in our society to stop hierarchies from becoming intolerably corrupt, and they actually work pretty well. And so I would also point this out. You know, don't be thinking that this is a debate about whether empathy is useful or not, or that the people on the con side of the argument are not empathetic. I know perfectly well, as I'm sure Mr. Fry does.
Okay. Not arguing. Is useful. Okay, empathy is useful. I know perfectly well as sure as Fry does that hierarchies tend to produce situations where people stack up at the bottom. Okay. People stack up at the bottom of hierarchies.
Mr. Fry does, that hierarchies tend to produce situations where people stack up at the bottom, and that the dispossessed in hierarchies need a political voice, which is the proper voice of the left, by the way, the necessary voice of the left.
Okay, the proper voice of the left is the voice of the dispossessed. Okay.
Left. But that is not the same as proclaiming that the right level of analysis for our grand unifying narrative is that all of us are fundamentally to be identified by the groups that we belong to and to construe the entire world as the battleground between different forms of tyranny in consequence of that group affiliation.
Okay, so he's basically saying having empathy having empathy doesn't mean you are supposed to doesn't require you see the world as the collectivist does. Okay, cool. So that is all beautiful. I think we're almost, come on. Let's see.
In consequence of that group affiliation. And to the degree that we play out that narrative, that won't be progress, believe me. And we certainly haven't seen that progress in the universities. We've seen situations like...
So there he has also said, that's not progress. So he has stuck to the question, because the thing is, what you call political correctness, I call progress. He's like, that's not progress. So he is still, he is actually still saying, he is still speaking about the right thing. So, okay, it will not benefit us. That's basically his point here.
Me, and we certainly haven't seen that progress in the universities. We've seen situations like what happened at Wilfrid Laurier University instead. We won't see progress. What we'll return to is exactly the same kind of tribalism that characterized the left.
Yo, okay. I didn't get that the last time. So sorry, yeah. Instead, it will return to tribalism. Can't transmit that characterized the left. Thank you. He did it very well. Now we're gonna do Dyson, guys. Everybody, let's hold on. Paste style. Oopsie. Why was there a... Okay. Okay, are we ready? Are we ready? I think I'm just gonna finish my wine, okay? Because Dyson's coming. I'm scared, man. Yeah, he is hibernating. The old JP is hibernating. He destroyed on their straw man. Those debates always go, but we need to be accepting, blah, blah. He's laid it all out in his opening statement. And now let's keep mapping his rebuttal, his opening statement onto what they say. To see what his responses would be. Because a lot of the time, these... they're just in a formal debate because they're not just talking back and forth with each other yet in an exchange. I think they lose track. So let's see. Also, that take, it's funny because I've heard leftists argue that only they have empathy. Oh my god, and they are some of the most intolerant and intolerable people that you will ever come across. While actual studies have shown the opposite, conservatives are better at understanding points of view they disagree with here. Because, I don't know, they just have the fortitude to withstand that sort of thing. By nature, they're supposed to stand against being challenged. Not, they're supposed to be open to challenge so that they can triumph. Anyway. Xanderthal. What are you talking about, Xanderthal, here? Because leftists play your stupid game. My side is against X, therefore your side is for it. Yep. Xanderthal gives that argument that retard he is. He is a retard. Everybody empty out your brains. Here comes Dyson. Yep. Dear Lord, open your thesaurus lands. Dyson's approaching. Are we ready, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, let's zoom out and have a look at what our debate diagram looks like right now. Okay, those are the two opening statements. These are two reasonably... Peterson just had more coverage because he covered a whole different number of topics because she just spoke shit about him. But okay, cool. So we have that. I'm just going to put this relationship here because it's going to stick around. I'll put this here. Come here. Okay, so let us go to... Okay, Peterson is the blue... giving him a marker here. Here's purple star. Okay. And let's go to the Dyson show. Fuck, I'm scared. I don't know what's going to happen to my sanity here. Back in Dyson. Opening remarks. Okay, ta-da! Dyson is just the red. Let's see. It's a bird! It's a plane! No, it's Kthxbai diagram! MEEGraine might come. Oh no. Let's do this. This only gets the flesh, it doesn't get the actual. This is what Nico wants us to do with a big clip for our MEEGraine. MEEGraine. Look, this just holds my eyebrow, but you need it to actually like clutch the bone, the eye socket. Yeah! Ouch! Did that make anyone squirm? Okay. Let us go. It felt good. But usually if I touch here, it's not a good feeling. Okay. I'm scared. I don't want to do this. Let's go.
That characterized the left.
Thank you, Jordan. Michael Eric Dyson, your 6 minutes starts now.
Thank you very kindly. Wonderful opportunity to be here in Canada. Thank you so much. I'm going to stand here at the podium. I'm a preacher.
Jokes. Opening jokes. Preacher, I'm putting this because this is what he chooses to use his time for. Preacher, asking for offering. Okay.
I'm going to stand here at the podium. I'm a preacher. And I will ask for an offering at the end of my presentation. This is the swimsuit competition of the intellectual beauty pageant.
I'm going to use his terms here, okay? So it's terminology. I'm going to just get a terminology tree. Word salad tree. Garden. Okay? Just going to put stuff here as part of this thing, okay? The word garden. He's going to have... So we've got beauty pageant, beauty pageant, swimsuit. Swimsuit competition of the intellectual beauty pageant. What a waste of words, okay? So he's like, oh, this is the sexiest part of our intellectual. He's so insufferable from the beginning. Swimsuit competition of the intellectual beauty pageant. Shut up. He's just like that. That's a cool turn of phrase. Wow. Let me tell you the curves of my thought. Jesus fucking. Curves of my thought. Like what the... Okay, wax poetic over here. Curves of my thought. Oh god, the cringe is so high. Did you remember this? Did you remember the cringe? Because I like him when I first did this. We can just skip him and put bullshit as part of his graph. No, I want to note the bullshit. Okay. It's incredible. He's just stepping into the kitchen and he already burned the salad. Who let the bro cook? Well, what the fuck? Yeah, he's a preacher, guys. Yeah, he's like, if I do flowery words, that will make things, it will make me convincing. It's like, well, I suppose that's what a preacher does, hey? You're right, he is a preacher. Come, floating topic, I called upon you. Hey! Floating topic! Okay. So he's all about presentation for him, whereas Peterson had presentation and content. You know what I'm saying? He did it well. He did what he was supposed to do very well. Whereas this guy is just like, oh, I've got pretty words, and therefore, believe me. I guess it works for a preacher, but not in an intellectual debate.
Intellectual beauty pageant. So let me show you the curves of my thought.
And he really needs the approval of that crowd.
Oh my God, was that a politically incorrect statement I just made?
Makes another joke.
How did we get to the point where the hijacking of the discourse on political correctness has become a kind of Manichaean distinction between us and them?
Manichaean. Sorry, what is a Manichaean? Manichaean? I'm gonna look it up. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, I just want to know. Okay. A believer in a synchronistic religion dualism. What? Originating in Persia in the 3rd century. The teaching, the release of the spirit from matter through asceticism. A belief in religious or philosophical dualism. Okay? Okay? I had to step away. Not that I haven't watched this debate before, probably thrice now. Like a puppet, a fake, yeah. Is good versus evil. Well, this is your duality it's talking about. Those fake people they put in clothing on stores. Mannequin. Yeah, well, it might as well have been. But yeah, Manichaean distinction. So he's like, okay, the discourse. So here we go. Let's do. Look at you, Manichaean distinction between us and them. So he's just saying dualism, okay? Between us and them. The abortive fantasy just presented.
Discourse on political correctness has become a kind of Manichaean distinction between us and them.
That's one. That is one thought he just finished, right? That makes sense. Manichaean, we said dualism, what it means, cool, between us and them.
The abortive fantasy just presented is
abortive fantasy just presented. What is an abortive fantasy? Okay, just want to search abortive. Okay, so just what it ends, failing to produce the intended results. Okay, so it didn't finish. Okay, so the fantasy that was being presented was aborted. It wasn't actually brought about. Remarkable for both clarity
between us and them.
Okay.
The abortive fantasy just presented is remarkable for both its clarity and yet the muddiness of the context from which it has emerged.
What? Okay, we understand it. So far he's made sense. But why the fuck would you put these words together, dude? Because he's just like, okay, so it's remarkable, okay? There's a distinction. The abortive fantasy that was just presented is remarkable for both its clarity and its muddiness. That's what he's trying to say. But instead of that, he goes, for both its clarity and yet the muddiness of the context from which it has emerged. It hurts me, okay? And what is interesting to me is that when we look at the radical left, so, I mean, what was the point of that sentence, my sir, my lord, my savior? Why? Why would you do this? Why? What? Gordon's probably telling me to keep quiet. Okay, he's fine. I don't understand. His use of Manichaean basically means, why are you judging political correctness as purely good or evil? Possible, let me Mott and Bailey to advance my agenda. It's just let me use words because of words, okay? There's the duality between the good and evil. Oh, it's us and them. Cool. You, sir, are the one that espouses this us and them mentality, is it not? He's very much so us and them. That's hilarious. I actually just want to do this. Keep an eye out. Keep an eye on this. Okay, that's apparently what's going on here. I'm primed to hate this man, just by the way. So if you think I'm a bit over the top, I'm sorry. It's just the way it is, okay? It's just the way it is. Okay, Dyson is weird to me because he constantly code shifts and plays on stereotypes to get his point across while complaining about them and being judged by them. For instance, he's a pastor. Yeah, preach, sister, preach, yeah, preach. I preach. Yeah, even look, okay, so we're on the transcript now, but look at what he does with his hands, right? So he does this and this. He's a little rapper. Look at this man. Look what he does with himself. Okay? In black cultures, they're known for, well, this, big words, long sentence, voice raising, being emotional, etc. Yes, exactly. They're growling and mooing. That's good shit. Yeah, exactly. What's it? The guy that's they actually they called him out recently. It was one of the guys that got like removed from some sort of council because they were being unruly in the court. Not the court, like in the proceedings, because it was something about, it was after the that shooting. They were protesting or whatever, and it became too unruly. They were actually removed and suspended. And then it became a freedom fight because the woman didn't get suspended or something like that, but the two black men did. So it became, oh, it's our freedom fight. And all of a sudden, man is talking like Martin Luther King. Speaks like a normal human being in every other exchange. But now he's talking like this because it's a struggle for, like, get the fuck out. They actually do that. So this man thinks he's doing that too. Look at him go.
What's interesting to me is that when we look at the radical left, I'm saying, where
the radical left,
they at? I want to join them. They ain't running nothing. I'm from a country where a man stands up every day to tweet the moral mendacity of his viciousness.
Viciousness. Oh my god, I can't handle it. Guys, I don't think we can do this. Performative counter. Performative? There's no performative counter. There's, what even would we call this? The OTT counter? The oh my fucking god counter? My ears hurt from this. I think I might need my headset. He's skilled at hiding his words. He says so much and means so little. Yeah, I thought I could do that, but he can do it way more than I ever thought I could. Then later he has the nerve to agree that white people should pay a tax on their whiteness. Yeah. In black churches, they've known for, well, this big words, long sentence, for, yeah, emotional. Moral mendacity. He called that moral mendacity. What is moral mendacity? Let's go. Search Google for moral mendacity. Mendacity stand for the quality of being mendacious, untruthfulness, tendency to lie. Okay? Tendency to lie. It's a good way of describing the irony of it. So he's like, okay, so first of all, we've got clarity and clarity, muddiness, context. Like, I mean, just, he's ridiculous. interesting to me. Muddiness, a context from which it has emerged. Because also he uses this. Okay, so he uses those different words, right, that we were just talking about. But then, he also put the way he structures the sentence, from which, right? Context from which it has emerged. We don't need to say the context from which. Those words are absolutely unnecessary. It's clarity and yet the muddiness of the context from which it has emerged. What fucking context are you talking about, sir? I would love to know what context you're talking about. You're just saying here is a context. You're just using the word context. He's insufferable, and I can't believe his brain just does this automatically. He doesn't have to write this down. He has lines, I'm sure. He's got little lines that he's like, oh, here's a zinger. My mendacity. Woo! It's like a freaking jerk off. He jerks himself off with these words. At this radical left, I'm saying that he'd want to join the name running up, and what is he even talking about here? The abortive fantasy.
Between us and them. The abortive fantasy just presented is remarkable for both its clarity and yet the muddiness of the context from which it has emerged. What's interesting to me is that when we look at the radical left, I'm saying, where they at? I want to join them.
He wants to join the radical left. I'm just going to do this. I want to join the radical left. I don't think I can continue. My blood pressure will not allow.
At the radical left, I'm saying, where they at? I want to join them. They ain't running nothing. I'm from a country where a man stands up every day to tweet the moral mendacity of his viciousness.
Moral mendacity of his viciousness. Moral mendacity. Moral. That's a thing, he said. Moral mendacity of his viciousness. I would like to ask ChatGPT what the fuck that even means. I want to put this. Okay, note to self. Future Chinsia. When you're writing the Substack for this, I want you to take some of this transcript, 23 minutes in, by the way, and give it to ChatGPT and say, please put this into the simplest language possible and see what it puts out. The left always does this. No, this does this insane. I just hate his voice cadence and tone. I hate it so much too. Can I get this debate in English, please? We're trying to translate it live, okay? Don't worry. Let's try and find another way to say that we're translating it live. We need at least 10 words for each word I've put in this previous sentence. And that will make us as wordy as this piece of shit. The radical left doesn't exist, but if it does, it's a good thing. Yes, group mind, that is exactly how it is. That's the thing that it always does, yes. Mucho texto, yes. You can see Purple and are the V people here. Mucho texto. He is mucho texto the person. I'm gonna put then mucho texto the person. It's just too much. The guy must like to vacation at Disney to see Mickey, Mouse. Yeah, he does speak like that. Targeting of children, etc. Oh, it's not happening, but if it is. CRT isn't taught in schools, but if it is.
Into a nation he has turned into his psychic commode.
The nation is where he goes and makes a poop. Okay. Cool. Great. Look at him getting his applause.
Y'all got Justin, we got Donald. So what's interesting then is that political correctness has transmogrified into a caricature of the...
Here it goes. Here's his second vomit. Okay, where are we? Wow. What was it? 23. Correctness, shall I remind you? Okay, wait. Transmogrified. Okay, so I'm going to get that. Translate selection to English. Okay, hold on. Transmogrify. To transform in a surprising or magical manner. Verb, humorous. Let's see how you're supposed to say.
Transmogrify.
Transmogrify. Transmogrify. What? I'm just gonna, this is the word salad, green tree, garden. Transmogrify. What did it transmogrify into? Has transmogrified into a caricature of the left that came up with the term political correctness. Shall I remind you? Okay, so we got Donald. So what's interesting then is that political correctness has transmogrified into a caricature of the left that came up with the term political correctness. That actually, that's interesting. That's actually an argument I would make. Right? Because political correctness has become a caricature of what it was supposed to be, right? That seems like, okay, where are you going with this? Does he not realize what he said? Or do I not realize what he said? Because he's saying it's turned into a caricature of what it was, which is kind of what she said before. But what does he mean by caricature? Let's see. No, I think I've made the word tree. I'm just gonna put the word tree, just words. We're not gonna actually we don't need to note it properly.
Political correctness has transmogrified into a caricature of the left. The left came up with the term political correctness. Shall I remind you?
Okay.
We were tired of our excuses and our excesses and our exaggerations. We were willing to be self-critical in a way that I fear my confrères, my compatriots.
He's horrible. He's horrible. My confrères. Look at me, my compatriots. Look at me. I'm so entertaining. He's loving this more than he should, dude. It's a bit embarrassing. Okay? You're being a clown. Yeah, you're clowning. And you think that this is success. It's not. Okay? So it's just performative. And it's not a win. I don't know how he thought he was doing this. Yeah, they transmogrify in Harry Potter. Oh, they do. Being an American is the golden road to success. Hey! What's up? Watermelon makes me happy. Watermelon, not Waltermelon. We have a watermelon here. So don't talk shit about watermelons while we have Walter here, my comrades. Yeah. Another Xanderthal take. They're left. Are there only one capable of self-reflection? Oh yeah, he's basically saying that. I'm just gonna say this. I want to join them. Left or politically correct. Were self-critical. As opposed to MSK, who doesn't change his behavior. Change their behavior as opposed to Dyson's contraires or compatriots. Honestly.
Are not.
Oh yes, she did transmogrify into a ding. Oh, she's the cute kitty cat too.
Don't take yourself too seriously. Smile.
Oh, he wanted a laugh then. I don't think it came.
Yourself, not seriously at all, but what you do with deadly seriousness. Now it...
Wow, look what this man just said. Okay, so he says, whereas my compatriots or not, don't take yourself too seriously. Smile. Take yourself not seriously at all. But what you do with deadly seriousness. Stop it! Stop it! What is the go and release your mixtape somewhere else, dude? I don't understand this. Stop. But also continue because we're here for it. Let me just save this because it was. Okay, Dyson sucks. He is honestly, he is horrible.
It is transmogrified into an attempt to characterize the radical left. The radical left is a metaphor, it's a symbol, it's an
Oh wait, shit, he
articulation.
said it again?
They don't exist, their numbers are too small. I'm on college campuses, I don't see political correctness. Shall I remind you? We were tired of our excuses and...
So he's like, he also says, may I remind you, the left... The way he says, may I remind you, is as if this is that the arguments? Who did it first? Not whether it's valid or not. Wow, Dyson, you just put so many words and just, it's impressive. I'm impressed. Okay.
And our excesses and our exaggerations. We were willing to be self-critical in a way that I fear my confrères, my compatriots, are not. Don't take yourself too seriously. Smile.
No laugh.
Take yourself not seriously at all, but what you do with deadly seriousness.
Woo! Waxing poetic.
Now it is transmogrified into an attempt to characterize the
He says it again. He used transmogrified again. Into an attempt to characterize the radical left.
radical left.
To characterize the radical left as what? Okay?
The radical left is a metaphor, it's a symbol, it's an articulation.
A symbol, an articulation. We can have all of the words, man. It's like, we're not in school where you're supposed to just show your teacher how many words you know. Just...
They don't exist, their numbers are too small. I'm on college campuses, I don't see much of them coming. When I hear about identity politics, it amazes me. The collectivist identity politics, last time I checked, white folk invented race.
I missed something. He just took a word, he wrote down collectivist on his paper, and because that's what he can't engage with the ideas the way Peterson does. So he just puts the word down and then says a thing. So let's see. I want to see if he looks down at his notes. Hold up. Oof, my ears are hurting, man. I need to do this instead. But this is not working as intended. Please go to the Discord for memes that you can create today. Andrew has shared a very handsome picture. Don't fall over yourselves. He's taken, boys. And ladies. Lucy, don't fall over yourself when you look at the handsomeness that's in the Discord. I'm waiting for the doorbell to ring. But let's read white folk. I mean, I didn't miss that. White folk invented race. I understand that, but I misunderstood the collect. So he's saying yes, collectivism only exists because white people created it. So all of the other collectivism, sex, all of that gender, all of it was only created by the white people. That's his argument, okay? I just want to see him look down at his notes where he wrote the word collectivist and then said, ha ha! Bazinga! Okay, let's just hold on. Michael. Axel's with his dad, and I opened the door. He's like, what the fuck? Oh, it's you. Guy starts with a word he learned and builds his talking points around them. Jordan understands the words and just uses them as he talks. Exactly, he uses them. Dyson just has a list, and then just needs to they're like points, like he's like doing a typing game, and the longest words that he comes up with, the more points he gets. I mean, look at how white NASCAR is. Checkmate, conservatives. Yeah, nape, you got it. Doesn't matter. Black people have had ways of judging people before the white man came along. Listen, are you implying that humanity judges humanity no matter what? We didn't invent race, we just owned a bunch of... Oh my God! Patrick, you're fucking hilarious. I think I'm going to set up a fake dating profile using that picture. You know what? See how it goes, but also just make sure that Big Gordon knows about it. Race is just one of many factors to judge a person by. Rwandan genocide. I judge a person on their shoes before I judge their fruit. Okay, can I show you my shoes? Hold on, I'll show you my shoes. I'm pretty sure most of us of his education was reading at thesaurus. He ate it. Okay. This is not the equivalent. This is not, at least it's not foot pics, but these are my Converse. What do these tell you about me, Patrick? Okay. Write your answer. These are CrossFit shoes that my sister gave me. They're too big for me. But what do they tell you about me? Patrick is now in the spotlight. He's judging me according to my shoes. We all know that John Whiteman invented white people to sell more racism. Race, noun, a smooth ring, shape groove in which ball bearing runs. White people did that. Damn white people tells me you're cool as shit. Is shit cool? I'm kidding. I am rad. Yes, I'm totally rad. And I have a rad sister who tires of her shoes quite often. Wow, that's how much this man twists stuff for me. There you go. Chucks are the best. They are even now, even in Dubai where it's hot, you can still wear them. I'm a conversative. It's totally a word now. Identity politics. Last time I checked, we were giving trade. Okay, so he's political correctness. May I remind you first? Okay, cool. The collectivist mindset. And then he just goes, I actually just want to look at this. I didn't see much of them coming when I hear invention of dormant. Check for giving me a trace was what? The radical left is a metaphor, as a symbol, as an articulation that don't exist. The numbers are too small on college campuses. I don't see much of them coming. I don't know what the fuck you're even talking about, but okay, the radical left. You're saying the radical left isn't large. They don't exist. So, which is over here, it's the, I'm just going to copy the style here, because he didn't say that, but this is how we interpreted it. Identified, last time I checked bar for giving a trace was an invention from a dominant culture. Race was an invention from a dominant culture that wanted groups. Identity politics. The collective. Let's actually just go back to the way he says this, okay?
College campuses, I don't see much of them coming. When I hear about identity politics, it amazes me. The collectivist identity politics,
The collectivist identity politics. And he puts it as like as a burn. Like he doesn't even make an argument around it. He's just like, oh, so you this? Well, you know what? Your mother. That's all he does to you. He doesn't actually take he gives you the words, you got to make the argument with the words, okay? So the collective identity politics, ... somehow. Last time I checked, race was created by the white man. This is an argument. This over here is an argument, ladies and gentlemen. It's an argument. Like, that's all he did. He just took the words and just said, haha, I can say that.
is a metaphor, it's a symbol, it's an articulation.
A symbol, articulation. Oh, I'm feeling up on myself because of all the words.
They don't exist. Their numbers are too small. I'm on
Brain is too small.
college campuses. I don't see much of them coming. When I hear about identity politics, it amazes me. The collectivist identity politics, last time I checked, white folk invented race.
LOL. Wait, does he get a laugh here?
That was an invention from a dominant culture that wanted groups at their behest.
At their behest.
The invention of race was driven by the demand of a dominant culture to subordinate others.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Patriarchy was the demand of men to have their exclusive vision presented. The beauty of feminism is, it's not going to...
The beauty of feminism is... Look what he does with his hands. Just go and be a rapper. Nobody will stop you.
...resolve differences...
Does he have an album? He has an album, doesn't he?
...between men and women. It just says men don't automatically get the last word. Of course, in my crib, they never did.
In my crib. You see how he goes from all of this vocab in my crib. So he has to remind you, okay, so he has all of the big words, because look, that's all we are. It's just that the white people, apparently they think that I can't use these words, so look at me using these words. And then also, by the way, I'm a black person, because I said the word crib. So don't you forget, don't you try and call me a sellout. He is embarrassing.
And so identity politics has been
He gets the laugh, so he thinks he's winning.
generated as a bête noire of the right, and yet the right doesn't understand the degree to which identity has been foisted upon black people and brown people and people of color.
Okay.
From the very beginning on women and trans people. You think that I want to be part of a group that is constantly abhorred by people at Starbucks?
A group that is constantly abhorred by people at Starbucks. Is that the joke? I don't know where we are. Okay, what? I can't wear Chuck, they are not inclusive enough. You are a skater chick? I wish I was a skater chick. Colleges, campuses, bro. Well, his performance in this debate was largely just stating a rough version of the opposition's position with sarcasm. That's exactly his thing. I'm just going to put this big over here, just like, well, that's all. That is all, folks. I'm like hardly mapping this, because what is he saying other than this? Just, wow. Oh, there's a Daisy. They come to say hi. Hi, dude. Hi, Daisy. Hi, pretty girl. Do. Hey. We need another camera for Daisy. Hey. Like a wormy cam. Do, come. Do. Daisy. Daisy. Come, pretty. Oh, she's so cute. Let me see if you guys can see. Sorry, I'm too busy with her, but let's just check. Daisy, come here. Wait, so you can only see her tail. There we go. Yeah, yeah. Do. Oh, dear. Come here. Dee. I wonder if I can make her do. I'll send you guys a video of Daisy and Axel. They do high five. I taught them to do high five. Do? Daisy? I won't make her do it yet because I don't have a treat for her. Kids! Are you gonna come here? Come here. Okay. Okay, we're gonna have a Daisy. I do. A Daisy do. There's the Daisy's heart. Guys have a Daisy heart. And now there's fur all over the place. Sorry, Daisy. I just inhaled half of your butt fluff. Okay. Kitteh. What do you do? What do you do if you were hang gliding and you saw that Daisy had followed you? You know what? That's what freaks me out about that video so much, because I would have freaked out, and that would have made me, like, the fact that the lady isn't trying to do anything to get that cat to move, she doesn't see it, I think, until the end. The fact that that happens, I think that saves the cat, because if I was trying to get my cat, I would be trying to get her, and then she would maybe spook and then fall. Oh, it scares. No, I do not like the thought of it. Oh, Jesus. I have nightmares about that sort of thing because of we're in a high rise, and the cats are not allowed on the balcony, but I just always have nightmares about that sort of thing. We're past it. What the fuck is he talking about? All of the things. This picture by this orange. Let me just see. Copy image. Let's see if it'll come here. Paste. There. There's Lucy. Lucy's picture. I love it. This is beautiful. I like these. Mucho texto, the person. And yeah. Okay. Oh, meow meow. See, cute, isn't she? It's hilarious that he can't help but make it about us and them after claiming that was incorrect way of looking at it. Right? That's what I'm saying from the beginning. He's like, oh, it's about us and them. It's like, listen, dude, you're totally doing that. Okay. Dude? Are you upset? I put stuff on top of my laptop cover, and Daisy's upset because she can't put her fur on top of it. Hey, Dito. Did he? Did he? Do? See if I her tail at me. Okay, let's go. Oh shit, we got like 20 minutes.
I'm minding my own black business.
LOL.
Walking down the street, I have group identity thrust upon me. They don't say, ah, ha, ha.
Okay, so I will put the point here of I have group identity. You didn't even say hello to your Dito. Oh my gosh, you're giving too rough. There we go. Uh-oh. I make Gordon feel bad when he gives the cat. Did you guys hear it? Did you hear it? Guys, if you heard that burp, please give it a mark out of 10 and I'll let Gordon know. If you didn't hear it, then Gordon was thwarted by my noise cancellation. In which case, 0!
There goes a Negro.
Hilarious. He can make a joke. I have group identity thrust on me. He says, I have group identity thrust on me. They don't go say, aha, there goes a highly intelligent, articulate, verbose. Oh, here he goes, boys. He will strike down upon thee with righteous vengeance and right. 3 out of 10. 6 out of 10. We would have gotten away if we weren't for those darn whites. So it's just, yeah. But listen to how he characterizes himself here.
Highly intelligent, articulate, verbose.
He is very verbose. At least he admits he's verbose.
Capable of rhetorical fury at the drop of a hat. We should not interrogate him as to the bona fides of his legal status.
Oh, look at him. Look at him. He's making a big old joke. Because he's like, look, thrust upon me. People as bad stereotype. Assume they are criminals, unintelligent, and lack vocabulary. Oh, unintelligent and lack. Okay, demonstrates this. I'm going to just put this here. Demonstrates this. Okay, should question him to the bona fides of his legal status. So so what he means there is this is so performative and cringe going into the theory of so bad that it's good. It's not even good. I don't think it's good. This over here, I guess it's because it's funny. Because he's like, we need to question. We mustn't interrogate him as to his legal status. Like that's. I'm sure he's taken that from some comedian.
No, they treat me as part of a group. And the problem is that our...
You know what's funny is that he used this as they treat me as part... He said that there goes a Negro. Okay? This is his words. I'm quoting it. Okay? So therefore, he puts himself into the group in his example. So even in his example, he actually uses the group word instead of there goes a man. Right? He puts himself in the group. So it's not his contention is not that he is assigned a group. It's that he's not assigned the right attributes according to his group. Okay, so in his example, ascribe a group term he ascribes himself a group term and then adds positive. Okay, he adds positive attributes. His these are in contrast to the negative stereotypes. That's the negative stereotypes, but he is still framing himself So while this is an interesting execution, it's actually contradictory. He should actually be talking. There goes Dyson. He's this and this and this. He already put himself in the collective. He's like, oh no, group identity is thrust upon me. Instead of people see black people in. So I am gonna put his wording here because it is important to put it right there. I'm going to put it here. There goes yeah. I have group identity thrust upon me, capable of rhetorical fury. Is the group. Okay, so here. Thrust upon me. I have a thrust upon me. Capable of rhetorical fury at the drop of a hat. Capable of absolute bullshit at the drop of a hat. He just spouts cuck. Okay, bona fide, legal, thus do not treat me as part of a group. No, they treat me as part of a group. Yes, that's exactly what he just did. He just he didn't execute the way it should have been, but nobody's reading it, so it does come off funny. Oh, my new keyboard is coming with 3 different plates. I like the brass one from the samples you sent us today.
The problem is that our friends don't want to acknowledge is that the hegemony, the dominance of...
Look at Stephen Fry smiling at him. He's sitting there going, look at you, look at you.
That group has been so vicious that it has denied us the opportunity to exist as individuals. Individualism is the characteristic.
Wow, so he's saying that you have not allowed us to exist as individuals. So now, still in the 2000 what this was 2019, black people cannot be individuals. Sorry, if you are an individual and you are black, somebody has not told you the right things. You are an oppressed class. You are not allowed to be an individual. Do you understand?
Moment.
Somebody tell Eric July. Somebody, that's the whole thing. You have to be a certain way. You have to think a certain way. That's the white man, right? It's the white man who's deciding what you're supposed to think. Or it's just society as a collective being racist to each other, ascribing views according to skin color.
In modernity.
Modernity.
Right. The characteristics that it is the of a group.
Listen to this man.
And the problem is that our friends don't want to acknowledge is that the hegemony, the dominance of that group has been so vicious that it has denied us the opportunity to exist as individuals.
Okay, so racism. And I agree, any bit of racism does take away the ability for, or the agency of a person to exist as an individual. When you are defining, which is what Jordan Peterson is talking about, when you're defining someone according to their group, you are reducing them. You are taking away their individuality. And that is what Peterson is arguing against. Now, what he's saying is, but you did it. That is his argument. His argument is, but you did it. But you did it. So, that's it. That's the argument. Wow. I guess I can move on now. But we have several more minutes of this bullshit.
Individualism is the characteristic moment in modernity.
Okay, look. Here's some more word salad, guys. Look at baby using his big words. Stephen probably. He's like, oh, honey. Like, okay, so hegemony, the dominance of the group has been so vicious that it has denied us the opportunity to exist as individuals. Individualism is the characteristic moment in modernity. The fuck? What? The man said this. Individualism is the characteristic moment in modernity. So you're saying, yes, being an individualist is the characteristic, it's the overarching narrative, which is what Peterson said, right? That's the thing. But he decided to put it as it is the characteristic moment in modernity. You know why I said it that way? Because of the alliteration, baby. Because he's waxing poetic. Okay? However, okay, Mr. Peterson is right. The development of the individual is, however, is predicated upon the notions of intelligence, Emmanuel what? Oh God, Hume and others philosophically. Oh, look at him. Now he's going to say he likes the way that we say their names.
Mr. Peterson is right. The development of the individual, however, is predicated upon notions of intelligence.
Notions of intelligence. You know what? You know what is incredible about intelligence? Okay? It is the ability to make sense of things. And all you have been able to do is conflate things and inflate things. Woo! She rhymed, bitch!
Immanuel Kant and David Hume and others, philosophically, Descartes comes along, introducing knowledge into the phrase, saying that knowledge is based upon a kind of reference to the golden intelligence, the reflective glass that one possesses, and yet he got
Can you believe this? Holy shit, speak like a normal person. That is it. That is exactly it. Just speak like a human. It makes you understandable and it makes you convincing. And who actually, the kind of person who is convinced by this is a moron. Who is not instantly annoyed by this.
Rooted in the very ground of our existence. So knowledge has fleshly basis. And what I'm saying to you, the knowledge that I bring as a person of color makes a difference in my body because I know what people think of me and I know how they respond to me. And that ain't no theory.
Wow. What the fuck did this... Can I read this to you? Okay? I'll read it, try and read it without his tone. Mr. Peterson is right. The development of the individual, however, is predicated upon notions of intelligence. Emmanuel, David Descartes, I think, David Hume and others, philosophically, came along introducing knowledge into the fray. That knowledge is based upon a kind of reference to the golden intelligence, the reflective glass that one possesses. What the actual fuck did you just say? Let me put this in my fucking diagram so that you can see what you just put down into words, okay? What you actually said. Okay? This is incredible. I know what people think of me. Do you? Do you now, sir? Where is your tree? Okay? Here's your tree. Your word garden. This is a big tree. Look at this here. Don't worry, I'll clean up all these lines before I post it. Okay? I'm shook, boys and girls. Predicated upon the notions of intelligence, individualism, what in the actual fuck? Okay, I'm gonna actually maybe just put a line here as well, from Lucy's, this face over here that Lucy had. Here's another relationship that's going to be connected to this block. Because that's exactly it. Huh? Huh? LMAO what? Exactly. It is a theory because you don't know me. Translation, standpoint, epistemology. Nico, don't come here with the translation. I'll put you translation. Nico. Yeah, he says it's fleshly. It's fleshly. What he literally said it, right? Color makes a difference because I know what people think of me. What golden and reflective one possesses beneath their very grounds has a fleshly basis. He's insane. Was he trying to type an RL console command? What even was he saying? He was saying, I'm a black man. Hear me roar. That's basically what he's saying here. He's just like, I'm a black man. I know what I need to say. Listen to him. Listen to how he is like, he thinks he is the MLK reincarnated.
To you, the knowledge that I bring as a person of color makes a difference in my body because I know what people think of me and I know how they respond to me, and that ain't no theory. Am I mad at trigger warnings? The only trigger warning I want is from a cop. Are you about to shoot me?
He's like, wow, look at me, I'm black. Wow, look at me, I'm black. Cops shoot black people. See? Trigger warning. Because cops shoot. Okay. And I think he wants it. Look what he did. He thought this was going to be funny. What did Munk say about my mother? Just listen here.
And that ain't no theory.
What theory is he talking about? Critical race theory?
Am I mad at trigger warnings? The only trigger warning I want is from a cop. Are you about to shoot me? Not.
Did you check that? Did you check that? That's horrible silence. I'm just gonna say here, not funny. Like he asks, not funny. Like maybe he thought it was a joke. He thought he was making a dark joke, and nobody had the guts to laugh.
Not funny. In America, where young black people die, repeat.
Look at him. Do you guys think that he thought he was making a joke here and he was going to get a laugh?
People think of me, and I know how they respond to me, and that ain't no theory. Am I mad at trigger warnings? The only trigger warning I want is from a cop. Are you about to shoot me? Not funny. In America, where young...
It's awkward, right? Cops do warn you. He is talking at an enchanting table, trying to explain how to get shot in his...
Young black people die repeatedly, unarmed, without provocation. And so for me, identity politics is something...
He's gonna cry, dude.
...something very serious. And what's interesting about safe spaces, I hear about the university. I teach there. Look.
Please, God, don't let anyone pay for him, please. Nobody needs to pay to be taught by this man.
If you're in a safe space in your body, you don't need a safe space. Some of that is overblown. Some of it is...
Is this intellectual stand-up or slam poetry? As slam poetry, it sucks, and as stand-up, it sucks. So,
It's ridiculous, I understand.
Bro, he has canned laughter. He thinks he's on the Big Bang Theory.
I believe that the classroom is a robust place for serious learning. I believe in the interrogation of knowledge based upon our understanding mutually of the edifying proposition.
Look at this man. Look at this man. Okay, let's see here. Enlightenment. Okay, listen. I believe in the interrogation of knowledge. I believe in the just imagine if that was his sentence. Okay, cool. Based upon our understanding, usually of the edifying proposition of enlightenment. What in the actual, I'm going to put it in chat, everybody. Let's see this, okay? Look at this. Look at this in your own time, right? Look at this here in front of you. I put it in the diagram, and you kind of, you're like, okay, cool, Chinse, that's fine. Look, there's lots of words in your diagram. But look if I put this in your chat, okay? First of all, there's not enough characters in this chat, so just hold on. Oh, 35. I believe in the interrogation of knowledge based upon our understanding, usually of the edifying proposition of enlightenment. What the fuck does that mean? Sorry, what the fuck does that mean? Can you tell me? Please tell me. He was 100% expecting some people in the audience to hoot and holler at the cop statement. Woo, calm down, sir. What the fuck is he saying? His switcher is going to say, as you saw, nobody laughed. Yeah, I think so. I really do think so. The only trigger warning I'm interested in is one that tells me a cop's not going to shoot me. He's not Chappelle. He can't make that joke. Word salad, or am I just retarded? Yeah, I don't know. Look what this man, I'm putting it in his word tree, okay? His word salad tree over here. I'll have to make all this text very small later on. But I swear, like, just this is the WTF tree. Huh? I'm gonna clean this up later and just make just this picture will be the center of this tree. Bro is just saying words, right? Red toe or red toa. Tell me, what do you think this person is saying? Okay. I need. Okay, edifying proposition. Okay, what is an okay? Search Google for edifying. Okay. Wait. Okay, we are close to the end of chat of let me just check if I've got ChatGPT logged in. Let me see if I'm logged into ChatGPT so I can see if I can do this live with you guys. Just let me go and log into ChatGPT. Meaningful sentences are a social construct. Okay, I'll do it afterwards. I'll do it as like part of the clip video, and do like a little screen recording of what ChatGPT says of these. Please make sense of the current sentence. I think this is going to be fun. It's going to be a fun experiment. But let us continue. Let us get to the end of this bullshit.
I believe in the interrogation of knowledge based upon our understanding mutually of the edifying proposition of enlightenment.
I like how we spent over 4 hours on opening statements. Yeah, I'm getting slower for Phil, but this one seems like we've had. The thing is, I'm getting slower, but also we're having bigger tangents and bigger conversations in between based on what we see in the debate. So there's a lot more to the debate than just what we're writing down anymore. I was getting into this thing of just writing down everything. And yes, it seems like that because of Dyson here, but I'm really, really curious from a conversation analysis point of view, from a grammatical point of view, figuring out what the man is trying to say and why he said these things, like we were talking about. Why did he make a joke? Was that a joke? You know, that sort of thing. I like spending this much time on it, so I'm really glad you also have the patience for it. And you're that's also, you know, like with V, we was talking about shorts in the previous like I think it was a couple of streams ago. He was like, I'm not gonna make I'm upset about he says he tried to make shorts and he doesn't like them, he doesn't like which ones he makes and things like that. And even if we were okay with them, he doesn't like them, so he doesn't want to make them. And he's like, there's still space for long form content. People like you and me, people like us who would stay on Sitch and Adam's stream all 10 hours, all 8 hours, we exist. So I'm really glad that we found a group of people that want to do this, who want to spend this much time on things like that. It's not changing the world, but it's cathartic, and it also helps us think. I love it. So thank you for sitting with us with me for 4 hours doing it. Meaningful sentences are social construct or more thorough. This is what I live for. Me too. Was coherency part of whiteness? I don't remember. Darling, go and ask what's that Smithsonian if coherency is part of whiteness.
Enlightenment. At the same time, some people ain't as equal as others. So we have to understand the conditions under which they have emerged and in which they have been benighted and
benighted, guys, benighted.
Attacked by their own culture. And
I think he's even lost track of what he's saying right now.
I ain't seen nobody be a bigger snowflake than white men who complain.
Ha! Look, he got his love.
Mommy, they won't let us play and have everything we used to have under the old regime where we were right racists and supremacists and dominant and patriarchs and hated gays and lesbians and transsexuals. That, yeah, you gotta share. This ain't your world, this everybody's world. And let me end by saying this. You remember that story from David Foster Wallace? Fish are going down, two fish are going, and an older fish comes in the opposite direction. He said, hello, boys, how's the water? They swim on, they turn to each other. What the hell is water? Because when you're in it, you don't know it.
Mic drop moment.
When you're dominant, you don't know it. Nothing, Kaiser Soze said, is more interesting that the devil did than to make people believe he didn't exist.
Wow! Look at him. He really thinks he did well. And you know what? The crowd is stupid enough to give him that applause. All the short form ADHD type of content is having reverse effects on my attention span. This man is a child. He is... Hello, Ty. He is a joke. Okay, he's a caricature. He is a caricature of the let's decide what we're gonna call him. Oh, we can make a game out of this. We can take his vocabulary. I'm gonna take all of the stuff that he said, and then we put all the words together. Actually, this is it. Andrew has a new keyboard. Andrew has many keyboards that he needs to practice with. So his homework is to transcribe, to go and rewrite all of the transcript of Dyson. That's how you test your vocab and your typing skills. Because what? Merged in which they've been knighted and benighted. Like, this man, I can't. He said the David Foster Wallace thing. He said this. He said so many things. Look at him, and look how proud of himself he is.
People, you don't know it.
Yeah.
Nothing, Kaiser Soze said, is more interesting that the devil did than to make people believe he didn't exist. That's what white supremacy is.
Feel it! Feel it go through you. I mean, it's a performance. The man is a performer.
Thank you, Michael. Stephen, you're up. We're going to put
Might as well made a SpongeBob reference. It would have had the same effect.
6 minutes on the clock, and please start.
The funny thing is, I heard of the very few people who complained about not having things they used to have in the old regime. I don't know where he even got this from or what he means by that. Ugh, it's the same thing that happened with the Elon Musk, the reporter with Elon Musk. Everybody says that there's a lot more hate on Twitter now that you've done this and this and this. Everybody says it. Okay, give me an example. No, but it happens. That's just, everybody knows that. It is known. That is the argument. It is known that there are, it's because everybody has encountered someone who's absolutely like stupid, unreasonable, and just dumb. And they go, oh, a person like that would be racist, would it not? Yeah. And that somehow makes everything else plausible. So that you're just like, oh, well, I've met a bad person before. That checks out. It seems like, yeah, there are people that just want to reoppress people. And most people are like that. It just, blows my mind, bros. All started pausing just when the speaker's time is up. Yes, that's true. Being the drunk, he thought it wasn't the dunk. It was that they have to, the timer comes on. You're right. White people don't like wokeness because they aren't allowed slaves anymore. Exactly. Hello. You know, even if you were born in the 21st century, somehow you're dying for the. Oh, what have you ever seen that tape where it was like white people have dogs because they yearn for the slave days? Actually, okay, so Nico, I'm feeling it here. Ow. But over here it seems to work quite nicely. I'm getting a headache. This is Dyson over here. It is known that is the best debate analyst on YouTube. Yes, thank you. Hydra. I will take that title completely. I will not. I'll pretend that it's that you gave that to me fairly. I love it. It is known. Everybody knows, right? Hello. Everybody's seen examples of me doing. I did a thing about a debate once, and like I said something that somebody agreed with. Therefore, best analyst ever. White women have dogs for. Oh, stop it! Stop it! What the hell is happening? Nothing. We're just. I'm putting my clip on myself because it hurts. I mean, it helps the pain go away. Ask Nico what I'm doing. Actually, Nico's probably off meme making. Okay, let's.
Yes, I'll try and be as quick as possible, because if I miss that plane to London, I won't half hear the end of it from the bridegroom's mother. Now, in agreeing to participate in this debate and stand on this side of the argument, I'm fully aware that many people who choose incorrectly, in my view, to see this issue in terms of left and right, devalued and exploded terms as I think they are, will believe that I am betraying myself in such causes and values that I have espoused over the years. I've been given huge grief already simply because I'm standing here next to Professor Peterson, which is the very reason that I am standing here in the first place. I'm standing next.
2 more minutes, then we'll do meme review, Josh.
Someone with whom I have.
Dandelo. Hello. He was not making a joke when he said not funny. He was responding to the part of the audience that was laughing, basically chastising them. I should hope so. I didn't hear anyone laughing though. The thing is, he had a question in his tone. He's like, not funny. He went not funny instead of not funny. You see what I'm saying? So if I go here, not funny. I would prefer if that was what he was doing, but yeah.
Warning I want is from a cop. Are you about to shoot me? Not funny. In America.
Like, is there anyone laughing?
Theory. Am I mad at trigger warnings? The only trigger warning I want is from a cop. Are you about to shoot me?
Oh, there was laughter. I want to do this here. I'll put yours down below. Memes cooked up. Yeah, I saw you went silent there for a bit. Not funny, or let's go here. No. Dandelo. Copy style. Okay, yeah, it's true. It seems like that would make a lot more sense than him expecting a laugh. Well, not that it would make more sense, it would be a lot more likable. Okay, we are on the last 10 minutes, so we'll do meme review. So we have done almost both, almost the full opening statements. I want to continue with this because we still have to get to that and the you're a mean white man. But I think we won't be as detailed going forward because I think we've made our point that Dyson is, well, Dyson is interesting at this point. Reminds me of Michael Scott for The Office making a bad joke and immediately backtracking. He added that not funny in such a haste. Damn. Yeah, it was very quick. I don't know how he was doing it. Whether it was making a joke or wasn't. Point is, either way, I just didn't enjoy it. But what's new? Okay, let us go to our meme review. I hope meme view is set up properly. I'm gonna click the meme view scene and let's see how it goes. It would help if I had Discord open. For a minister, that was a bad sermon. Well, for a minister, like for the way that it was, you know, the applause, I suppose, because he doesn't care. But the laughter and whatever gave him enough feedback. Oh God. Okay, so guys, our wondrous Andrew. First of all, hold on. Just for you guys to listen to when I said that I like the brass. Let's just check if you guys can hear. Okay, so that was steel. That was steel. Brass. Aluminium. So, I like the middle one, brass. Okay. Okay, let's see. Okay, so yeah, what Andrew did in our random picks is he gave this handsome picture of this man. You can get a whole bunch of chicks with this picture. Okay. ASMR. It's Andrew ASMR, guys. Okay, so that's what Andrew gave us to do. And Andrew's also going to make a dating profile with that picture. Okay, so here. Okay, so what adorably menacing. Flashbacks to my mom at high school basketball games. Yeah, so we did that. This is another one. What? Talking about uncanny feline music. Here's a blast from the past. Kitty City. Okay, that's here. Too much. Okay, kitty, cats. Shenanigans, kitty. That's exactly what they're like. Can you guys see it properly? Wait, let me just check. Let me just move myself. Oh, you guys could see that one. This is wokeness. This is fine, but JBP, bad. Let me just see if I can zoom in. It's not. Okay, I'll have to zoom it in like this for you. History of racism, ad homs, red herrings, etc. Dyson. That is the whole debate, not even just Dyson, just the whole thing. This is beautiful. Managed to transmogrify. Yes, that's exactly what they did, except for me. Except for me falling asleep. We did get to Kitty City. Okay, I'll go back. Rhetorical fury. Zero substance. That is a good one. Wow, how did you get like that? Every time Dyson uses the thesaurus, I do one push-up. Jesus Christ. There's a kid of shenanigans. Okay, wait, we'll go here just before we... Oh, super! Look at this. No, it freaks me out. I'm so freaked out. Okay. Goldberg. Okay, so this meme is possible because of Andrew. Hold on, I'll restart it.
Oh, poop.
Stop, Nico! Oh my god, Gordon is gonna marry you. He's just gonna leave me and marry you. Look at this thing. Let's rewatch it.
Oh, poop.
You, man. Why you gotta do that? Stop. Sorry, Hydra. Is it loud? I'm so sorry, guys. I didn't realize how loud it was. Okay, you guys fine? Okay, I won't do it again. I'm sorry. Dude, I don't remember when Kitty finished debates. I never finished debates. What is this? Okay. Let me bring the volume down. And we can see what this is.
Hola, soy Dora. Can you say escuela? That means school in Hola, soy Dora. Can you say escuela? That means school in
It's so perfect. I saw the shorts as well of that chick where she picks up her cat and she's like, "Oh, I saw, whatever," and her cat loses it. You can probably go, Alex. You know that what happens is I go 10 minutes later, and then they're fucking on time. Okay, so I'd rather we are there first. Okay, so we can give them shit. They're not always late, Gray. And also, look, we have this. Gray gets the wrench today. What is the song for you? I'm sure YouTube is just going to be like, could you stop adding people as moderators? Can I confirm this is what we do to our Spanish team? What, where you just throw shit at your Spanish teacher? That's a lot of pressure. Listen. The tribe has spoken. Gets owned after mincing door. Mimicking. Yeah, exactly. Where is oh God, I need to find that one. But yeah, I guess we can go. It feels weird when they're not late, like something's not right in the world. It's because they've got some sort of some guest. They've got some sort of guest that makes it, but yeah, guys, listen. I will tell Gordon that you're using my picture on your Tinder profile. But I will not take responsibility for whatever happens when they realize that you're not as hot of a man as I am. Just, it's not my responsibility. You got to deal with it when they realize you're not who you say you are. So maybe you should just reconsider using my face to pretend you're handsome. I thought the guest was James Rolfe from the thumbnail. I don't even know what's happening there. One day we'll raid there without having to announce ourselves. Yeah. Okay. Welcome to everybody who joined us for the first time today. Go and subscribe, you bitch. Also, I don't think it's that funny. It is a little funny. Come on. Let's milk it for what it's worth. I mean, I've only got like 2 more weeks and then this hair is not that cringe anymore. But then we have pictures. Anyway, guys. This has been great. Thank you for the round of applause, Lucy. Round of applause to all of us for getting through Dyson. We got through the whole of Dyson. We didn't get to fry. I'm very sorry. Let us discuss what we do on Thursday. Could be a palette cleanser, or it could be just continuing this. Because we have already demonstrated how Dyson is just despicable. We can just bulldoze through what he says afterwards. But that black nationalism debate, holy shit, man. The black nationalism, that debate goes hard. It's very cool. We need to get back to it. But that being said, we also need a palette cleanser. So I'll look through the palette cleanser suggestions as well, see if we feel like doing one of those. But yeah, either way, I still need to do a little bit of a write-up for Substack. And then I'll put how the diagram looks now, the version 1. I'll put that on the Substack. And that's where you'll find the link. Link I'll put on Twitter. I'll put it in the description below. And I will put it on the Discord if you want. If you haven't joined the Discord, here it is again. And it's time for now from Stitch and Adam. Pick on Duma, it's short. Okay, let's do that. Yeah, we'll do one of the Duma ones. I think Duma's had enough time away from us. We can now give him shit. Get my haircut during Halloween as well. Actually, I will have my haircut by then, but it'll be by my mom, so it won't look that bad. So, joke's on you! So, I think it was my fault because I put the whole master volume loud. Anyway, thanks, Josh. Thanks, everybody. I'll see you guys